Is a presenter note.
This is fine. This is
Like a podium.
It's fine. Oh wait, can you turn off the focus thing?
Oh,
No, not portrait mode. There we go. And then let me. Hi everyone, we're starting soon. Thanks for your patience.
we're live.
Oh, we are?
Yes, we are live.
Oh, it's so good. Okay.
Wait, does the clicker not work?
Let me. I'll
Wait, I can literally. Okay.
This one's actually a little.
It's like I need to put my.
This one is meeting. This one is the slide.
It should be really easy to fix. I feel like. I'll get you guys up.
Hi everyone, we're still setting up the audio from CoCreate. So yeah, give us a moment and come back.
You see? This should work. This is like so sad. This is a USB receiver. This is like where like I don't ever use this. I need to learn how to use this. I feel like doing
Like yeah, we can.
do it like four.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my god.
No. so sorry. Okay, these are the different options. Well, I don't know which one. Just go for it. I think it's
Great. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for your patience. We are running a bit late because we had some technical difficulties setting up the live stream, but no worries, we got it solved. So we were able to take a seat a couple of minutes. Thank you all for your patience. I really appreciate your time. Hopefully got a chance to make some new friends. Up here with me is Long Bunny. This is our star of the show, Long Bunny. About a couple of minutes. How's everyone feeling today? Good? Bad? Woo! Okay, cool. I'm glad. I got louder. Amazing. So we have buddies tuning in on YouTube Live as well from all around the world. If you are a speaker, a sponsor speaking soon, please make your way to the front over there. Really appreciate your patience. We had some technical difficulties, but now we're here. Oh, another one?
Yeah, horizontal.
Okay.
Don't make some time.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for this. Awesome. Very excited to have y'all today. Who here is a designer? Raise your hand. Amazing. That's majority. Who here is a founder? Oh, amazing. I actually have fun street interviews for all of y'all today. Who here is a VC? Oh, amazing. Who here is a product manager? UX researcher? Amazing. Who here is excited to be here today? Excited. Thank you all for coming. Really appreciate y'all. Welcome to CoCreate. This is our second conference this year. Shout out to our team for helping make this all happen. CoCreate is a gathering of our top founders, designers, entrepreneurs in San Francisco. Thank you to our sponsors for helping us make this event possible, and thank you to Context Ventures for offering this awesome venue of Digital Garage. So we'll get started today. So what's happening today is right now we're being a little bit late, but don't worry, we have a lot of content to get you through. We have some keynotes, we have lunch we have lunch available free for you, so you can stay in the venue for lunch as well. It'll be over there. We will have, after lunch, we'll have more keynotes and demos from our lovely students. And then we'll have some breakout sessions. You can also sign up. I have a QR code if you haven't got it in your email yet, sign up. And then we'll have some closing mingling, but we have to be out at this venue by around 5:30-ish, so we can stay and mingle until then. And what do you think of? So feel free to take any selfies, make some friends, tag us on social media, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, using the hashtag #CoCreate, where we share all the stories. Tag me, tag Design Buddies. I'm Grace, by the way, if I don't introduce myself. We'll have some amazing talks and breakout sessions, and lunch is on us, so no need to pay for it. This is also live streamed and recorded for you to enjoy later and take lots of photos and videos. We'll have a shared Google Drive emailed to you later. Another thing I like to do is, some of y'all might have seen this on LinkedIn, but I've been interviewing people on funny questions about salary. So if you feel like exposing your salary and getting like 5 million views on LinkedIn, let me know. I'll interview you as well. And for founders, I want to learn about your business model. So just come up to me if you want to be in a fun street interview, potentially get like 75 million views on LinkedIn because they love that stuff. Also on Aluma, you have a link to sign up for the breakout sessions and networking sheet, but no worries, we've got the link. You can also join the live Discord chat if you want to tune into our buddies live or in person. Also the networking sheet. I added this networking sheet because these conferences, there's 250 of you here, and there's no way you can talk to everyone, but there could be someone in this room that could change your life. So definitely add your information, connect with others on the networking sheet. You can send them a personalized LinkedIn request saying that you met them at CoCreate. They'll probably accept. So yeah, I'll leave this up for a couple of moments for you to scan this. All this will be emailed to you afterwards as well. I see people still scanning. Y'all scan. Oh, by the way, the bunnies you see here, the name is Fluffle. We have a special announcement about Fluffle coming up later as well. Done scanning. All right, so yeah, welcome to CoCreate. So CoCreate really is the next, yeah, thank you. Yes. Appreciate y'all. Sorry, my bunny ears are falling a little bit. Who here was our conference last year, Design the Future? Okay, well, welcome. Oh, amazing. Some people were. So some of our clips are from last year's conference. This is our second conference, CoCreate. We've made a lot of updates to Design Buddies and UX Go last year. I have Leon, my co-founder, as a speaker that will share more about this afterwards. But essentially, CoCreate is an ecosystem to connect more designers, founders, and creators to work together. Because our goal really is to help increase opportunities for designers and help founders level up their design careers. And also connect with designers and creators, because I'm a content creator as well. I love making funny content. So very excited to have y'all here with us today at our first launch. We have some epic launches coming today as well. So also, this is a preview of what we'll be launching later today. It's called Fluffle. It is a game to help the job search suck less. We have some cute kawaii bunnies designed by Hannah, and scan this QR code if you want early access to it as well. The code to access the demo will be sent to you. Yeah, Leon will send it later. We have a demo code that we sent to you. You can access this tool for free. Do you know who here hates the job search? Or make some noise, the job search sucks. Yes. So we're here to make it more fun. So this is a free tool you can use to track jobs, see how your peers are landing jobs, and some insights with gamified bunnies, because we love games. I played this game called MapleStory growing up. Anyone play MapleStory? Awesome. I came from the game industry, so I love games, so I'm really excited for Fluffle, and shout out to our team for working so hard on this. Yeah, this is our speakers we have today. Make some noise for the speakers. We have hundreds of applications coming in, and so they'll be delivering Keynote TED Talk style talks coming up shortly after this. And make some noise for student demos. This is one of our students who are lovely my project CoCreate. They'll be demoing today as well after lunch from all the projects they've been working on, and some more students as well. And our discussion leaders, so these people, so during the second half of this day, we'll be having some small group discussions. So hopefully we have some topics you guys can sign up. The link is on the Luma. And you can mingle one more in a small group setting with these discussion leaders on different topics you can learn from. Yeah, we'll shout out to our lovely team for helping us make all this happen. Grateful for y'all for being here today, and our career coaches who flew in from around the US to be here with our students. Also our lovely volunteers to make this all possible, for coming in so early in the morning to set up. So really appreciate y'all. And also our community partners. I know a lot of y'all. Shout out to Maddie from Internship, Both Talks, Genetic Collective, Asia House for helping share our event as well. And our sponsors, we have Bold.new as our title sponsor. They have so many epic events going on this week during Config, and I think they're the best vibe coding tool. Who here likes vibe code? Vibe coding? Cool. We love vibe coding. We have some vibe coding content for y'all coming up today because we love just vibing around. We have Adobe, we have Context Ventures, Media Mobilize for offering us our lovely venue today. We have Weaver. Say hi, Weaver. Hi, amazing. We have Hype Drive. Say hi. Hi. We have Superflex, now Pencil AI. Say hi. And then say hi, Ball. Hey, say hi, Adobe. Hi, amazing. Cool, thank you. So without further ado, we'll have a quick word from our lovely sponsors, and then we'll get into our first talk by Sally. So yeah, Mallory.
Hi everyone, super excited to be here. My name is Mallory. I'm the head of brand marketing at Bold.new. Like Grace said, we have so many activities this week at Config. We have a party with the chain smokers. We have Bolt Park on Wednesday at 5 p.m. where you can get free senior CSIG, boba guys, 715 Harrison Street. You guys should be there. But Bold is an AI platform that makes it super easy for you to build any landing page, app, or website from the ground up. So Eric, our CEO, is going to be doing a keynote today to share a little bit more about how that works. But yeah, super excited to be here. And you guys can get a bunch of free swag at the Bold.new table right over there. But yeah, excited to be here.
Thank you. Awesome, thank you. I'm also known Mallory because we work on Discord, and then I run a Discord server, so I'm really excited with y'all today. Adobe. Hello, Gina. We met actually like years ago when we were doing working with Adobe on like a bunch of LinkedIn Live workshops. So excited to have Gina on today to speak about Adobe.
Start everything off. Hello everyone, my name is Gio, and this is Trina. We're from Adobe, and I'm going to hand it over.
Difficult. Hi everyone, as Gio said, we're from Adobe. We're actually evangelists, so and also community advocates. If you don't know what Adobe is, it is Creativity Suite, the lovely company that brings you Photoshop, Illustrator, Acrobat, and so on, and Premiere. One thing that we're excited to talk about today, of course, Gio and I, we will be leading a breakout session. So if you're interested in talking about career, about Adobe, what's going on, things like that, we're going to have that breakout session later. Feel free to come up to us. We're very friendly people. But an exciting thing that I love to talk about is the Adobe Creative Apprenticeship. We just launched this at Adobe Max London. Now, I know, Grace, you said that like some, how many of y'all feel like the job market sucks? Say that again, yeah? I feel that. Okay, so this program is super awesome because that is kind of the point. How many of y'all like need more work on your portfolios, or you need more clients, or you don't have any clients, right? So what the apprenticeship is, it's essentially the teams at Adobe. There are so many of them. We need your help. We need your talent. We have a bunch of teams that are, we want to help artists. We want to help students get their first projects, or even more projects on portfolios, and get real world experience working with Adobe teams. So we have this new thing. It's through Behance. How many of y'all are on Behance already? Awesome. If you're not on there, get on there at Behance.net. There is a new tab for the apprenticeship program. It's almost like a career center. So there's courses on there from design courses to like real life, just things like that. Career courses up there from folks in the community. And then once you do one of those courses, you can apply for a paid commission from an Adobe team. So there's literally pages of jobs. And I know I have 3 jobs up there right now, looking for photographers, videographers, designers, illustrators, folks of all types of creative backgrounds. And then you can apply for these projects, these apprenticeships, and you'll be able to get paid for them and also put them on your portfolios. And then you can also land, after you do commissions, you're eligible for a 3 to 6 month apprenticeship with an agency or creative brand in Adobe's employer partner network. So it's a really cool program. It is completely free to enter. So if you are looking for more work or more ways to beef up your portfolio, feel free to apply. Scan this QR code. If you have more questions, feel free to reach out to myself or Gio, and we will pretty much be here almost the entire conference to chat, and also join our breakout session. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much. Hope y'all land your jobs, make lots of money, and up next we have Beaver.
Thanks, Grace. Hey folks, my name is Aditya.
I am Kushal.
We are designers turned founders. We run this startup called Weaver. Weaver is a very powerful design tool, and it's a fully functional general purpose design tool that lets you both design and build faster and better. And today,
So we're going to show you a sneak peek of Weaver. No one else has ever seen this before, except our team, of course. So this is the first time we're doing this exclusively for the CoCreate members. Hope you enjoy.
We have see what this. Let's see what this.
You can take it.
Closed captions.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's see what this can do. Okay.
Hello.
Sorry, folks.
Let's see what this can do.
Hello. Designers are basically at a race against time. Everyone wants to move fast. When you try to move fast, you break a bunch of things.
Where my time as a designer gets spent a lot is on those finer details.
Opening and closing and dragging and dropping. My wrists hurt.
The new design tools that heavily feature AI almost seem like they're not created by designers for designers at all.
What we need is a balance between flexibility, power, and control. We need to really put designers at the forefront of building that tool for designers. Let's give it a go.
Oh, yo, that was very neat. That's pretty cool.
That's great.
And that was super fast.
Was this what you were expecting?
This is definitely a lot more than I was expecting.
Looks like a familiar design tool, but much more powerful. It looks familiar. I feel like I could jump in right away without needing someone to tell me how to use it.
And can you adjust the size of all the episode titles? Wow, that's fast. Here I'm just giving you the prompt, like hey, change the titles to be larger, just does.
I put in the prompt and then it was executed in a second.
Let me try something else here. Hello. That's great. In one step, you did about 6 or 7 things that I would have to do. It's basically taking the work that I put into it already in consideration, which is awesome.
It does feel like it's conforming to the design system. These are the text that's already been defined in the design system. It's speaking from those, I think, so it's amazing.
It understood what is on each artboard and made the changes accordingly, not just a standard solution, but it really changed everything based on the next layout.
I'm prompting it to adjust the contrast of vibrancy. The way I can best explain it is we're able to explore iterations on command.
So I'm trying to make this kind of playful. Wow, you just happen in a big apartment. Literally the entire frame now looks playful. I see all these icons. The text change, it's not just smaller tweaks. I would like to try it. I'm just thinking of what to say. Can you change this to the dark color? Whoa, okay, that's cool.
Move recent orders above account settings. This is good. To be able to verbalize it and then have it execute on a verbal command is something that I welcome.
Yes. Whoa. Prototyping. Wow. I pressed one button and I had my prototype.
This created it on the fly.
Normally this would take a lot of time, multiple artboards, stitching them all together, and here I have my design, I just pressed play, and I was my prototype.
This is really a nice way of facilitating conversations around the direction of your design.
And we have UX engineers. The first question we get is we created this prototype, can we use the code? Most of the times the answer is no. Versus here, you can go from design to production code and click on a button.
So I have my design on one side, and on the other side, I can see it generate code, and I can give that to my developer in a handoff, so the design is going to be implemented exactly as I designed it. And that is very important to me.
You don't want to get something in one tool and go to another tool and do something else. You just want one tool where you can live in, and this is that tool. It's a full-fledged design tool that lets you design and also helps you iterate faster.
This saves a lot of time and effort for the entire team.
This is what I was hoping for from AI. It's not just AI working on its own, it's AI as a tool to make me more powerful as a designer. I really want to test it out and see like how it can be integrated as a part of my day-to-day job.
Definitely want to give it a go and try it out.
I don't know why we don't have tools like that. It's amazing.
It's, like I said, it's Madon.
So back to you. So we are opening an early access really soon. You can scan this QR code, sign up for early access. Just mention that you're part of the CoCreate community, and you'll be prioritized in the early access. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks so much. Up next, we have Hype Drive. Come hype it up.
Hey. Hey everyone, I'm Manoj, founder of Hype Drive. Thanks, Grace, for the invitation and access to this wonderful community. Hype Drive is a community that's based out of Dubai and London, and we connect founders and creators to drive some high impact partnerships. So. This is a very interesting community for us here to connect with product designers who we think are playing very primary role in today's software development. And we also have similar communities based out of London and Dubai. I'm sorry, it's also making me nervous right now. I need a few minutes.
Yeah, very fun part. We also have a table there over there too. Last but not least, we have Pencil AI. Howdy.
Hello, thank you. What an incredible Sunday morning. Yeah, amazing. I didn't expect this many people to show up so early. So hi everyone, my name is Ibec. We initially started off as Superflex, so we have some Superflex logos, and now we're rebranding to Pencil. And I just want to see how many people are here are designers. Can we get a show of hands? Okay, great, almost everybody. How many people here have worked with developers? Okay, how many people have trouble working with developers? Maybe some challenges there? Yeah, great. Yeah, so we started with Superflex, which was a Figma to production-ready code tool. This is our first tool we launched 6 months ago, and we've grown incredibly fast since then. And we spoke to a lot of engineers, designers, engineering managers, design managers, and we see that there's still so many problems in collaboration between design and engineers. So we want to solve that. What are we doing? Basically, we're building a new type of tool that looks similar to Figma, just so you don't need to learn how to use another tool, but the underlying infrastructure is different. So when you work on it, you can work on it, still be flexible, but when you're done, you can push it. You can create a pull request for engineers. So it generates a code, and whenever you're done, you can get it straight to developer. And the designs that are in the live app will look exactly how you designed it. So we want to give designers control to actually design the user experiences and be in charge of that. So that's the first thing. Second thing is more AI features. I think designers are definitely overdue on a lot of AI features as well. So we're adding that, and then better handoff from design to development. So we have a QR code here. We would love to get some early thoughts about the tool. Super quick survey, and where everyone who fills it out gets to have early access as well. And also, we are hiring a founding designer. So if you're in the job market and you're looking for a design role in a very interesting startup building for designers, we'd love to talk to you as well. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much. Up next, we have Tim. We have Tim from Context Ventures. I want to talk about, one event coming up. I'm also personally going to be going here. It's a Creator Career Conference on May 15th in San Francisco. Is Tim here, or anyone from the team want to talk a bit about this? As we wait, we can take a group photo together. Woo! Okay. Cool. If anyone sees Tim, tell him to talk about this if he wants to. But let's take a group photo, everyone. This is my favorite part. I'm going to take a huge group selfie from the stage and another one from off the stage so I can see which one everybody looks the best in. And then I'm going to take a video, and for the video, we'd like everyone to yell CoCreate. All right? I'm going to do a couple of takes on my lovely GoPro. It's a really wide angle so we can get as many faces. So fix your hair, put up your best smiles, and let's take a really good photo.
All right. I'm gonna yell. I can yell really loud, but all right. I think everyone looks really small here, so I'm gonna take another one down there as well. All right. 3, 2, 1. Woo. All right. And this is Long Bunny. Long Bunny of BQQ. 3, 2, 1. All right. We're gonna do another photo here because everyone looks far away. This is going on Instagram. Yeah. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Another one. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Funny face, funny face. 3, 2, 1. Okay, everyone say CoCreate. All right. Give me a CoCreate! How is everyone feeling today? Awesome, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. So up next, we have, I can just use my voice. Is Tim from here, but just join this CreatorCon. We hope to see you here on May 15th. The CreatorCon conference here. Sign up at Luma/CreatorCon 2025. Thank you. Up next, we have Sally talking about, Tim, yes.
Hey, how's it going? My name's Tim. I'm with Context Ventures and Media Mobilize. Really excited about this event today. It's going to be awesome. We have a creator conference May 15th at this exact office. It's going to be an all-day event. We've got some of the largest and most well-known creators attending. Corporate Natalie, Corporate Grove, Morgan Ingram, Peter Walker, who are some of the most well-known LinkedIn influencers. Then we have a ton of YouTube influencers. Zip Frank, Soft Stash, Sam Ekholm, who does media, military content. And then there's also Maria, who does Silicon Valley Girl. Hope you can attend. We'll send some details out on this later, and we'll give everyone that's attending here 50% off. It's not that expensive a ticket. It's I think $150 for the day, and so you all will receive $75. Hope you can attend May 15th, Thursday. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much, Tim. I'll be here. Many don't will be here as well, I think, but sign up. Up next, we have Sally. Sally will be talking about Designer to Founder, building your VC optional startup in 2025. I know Sally for years. She's a super cracked designer. Cracked is really good in Gen Z terms, so I realized I need to clarify that. But she's really great. She's really experienced and has a lot of design and startup experience. So, welcome, Sally. Thank you. Thanks, Grace.
Yeah, on the thing.
My mic sounds nice. Check 1. Salt pepper. Thanks for calling me cracked, and thanks for telling me what that means, because I felt scared. I was born in the 1900s, guys. All right, I'm so excited to get to be the first speaker of the day. Thank you, I feel honored. Thank you for trusting me. Help me keep track of the time. So my name is Sally. I am a former VC-backed startup founder. I'm going to talk a bit about my journey. I'm going to talk about pros and cons of raising VC, why you should do it, why you maybe should not do it. I'm excited to talk to this audience in particular because I think personally designers make great founders. We're very customer-centric. We'll talk more about the benefits that you bring as a designer into your founding, becoming a founder. But I know this is true for me. Designers often have blind spots when it comes to being business operators. And a lot of us have blind spots when it comes to just what does VC mean in general. So as you're listening to the talk, whether you're interested in becoming a startup founder or not, listen to this talk through the lens of maybe someday I will raise VC and start my own company, but also listen through the lens of I'm an employee working in tech and probably the company you're working for took VC, venture capital, at one point. I think this will still be helpful. It'll help the companies that you work for make more sense and why leaders are acting crazy sometimes. Okay, in case I run long, I'm gonna jump ahead to the finish. This is the big takeaway. When you're thinking about choices in your career, I want you to optimize at this stage. I'm assuming most people here are kind of early mid-career. I want you to optimize for optionality. And what that means is just try to make choices today where you can keep your career options open and have a lot of flexibility in your career, because AI, as you know, is upending everything right now. It's just like massive tectonic shifts are happening, and you need to be able to surf the moment with your career. We'll talk more about what that means, but what I don't want you to do is lock into making some choice today that keeps you kind of like stuck for a decade in that particular choice, like I'm taking VC right now. It might mean you're committing to something for a decade and you're not able to kind of surf the moment and take advantage of this massive wave of AI. But most important, prioritize your health and happiness. That's like the big takeaway here. All right, so briefly about me. Today, I'm a fractional design leader. I work with startups. I help them do the early design hiring. I help them model their design board. I can kind of bolt on temporarily to an early stage startup and just be their design leader as needed and then peel away once they made that full-time hire. I went from being a IC, individual contributor product designer, the first decade of my career. I later became a startup founder, raised venture capital. Then I became a startup executive, and through acquisition became a design executive at a Fortune 50 company. And I'm working on a course. Come talk to me about this course. I'm developing a course about how to kind of like unstick your design career. In particular, I want to focus on how to navigate organizational politics, how to manage up, how to be successful and progress in your career, even if you have a bad boss, how to manage up and out effectively. So I'm kind of still developing it, but it's all the stuff that's not craft and design execution, understanding how bosses make choices around performance ratings, compensation increases, and promotions. Come talk to me if that sounds interesting. I'll adapt the course based on what I'm hearing from all of you. So little Granny Sally, 25 long years ago, even more now maybe, like I graduated college in 2000, so truly, like coming from the past millennium, I've time traveled in this little laptop to meet you here today. But this little swoopy thing, this is kind of generally my career. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this, but again, the first decade, I was an IC product designer working in tech. Later, I parlayed my time doing freelance stuff and turned it into like becoming a startup founder, raising VC. Later, as a design leader and executive. Now I run Happy Path. That's my business up there. I want to help you create a happy path for your career. Okay, apologies in advance. The slide's gonna be ugly. Are you ready? Okay, sorry. But what I'm trying to denote here quickly is just starting with Yahoo. For the rest of my career until now, where I'm just running my own business, every company I worked for took VC at one point, and that's probably true for most people in this room. And we're going to focus on two different moments in my career. One where VC was maybe not the best choice, and that's Pinocchio. That was my startup, where I was the CEO who raised venture capital. And then the next company I worked for, Duo Security, where I was head of design, and I was a startup executive there. We used VC. It was totally appropriate. It was a great use of VC. We had an amazing outcome. And in fact, that experience at Pinocchio led to me being more informed as an employee and being able to take advantage of that moment at Duo. Okay, first things first, mechanics about taking VC. One thing I learned about Pinocchio, I don't think Pinocchio was actually a VC scale business. I would say do not take VC if you don't have a VC scale business, and the VCs will encourage you to do that as well. When you pitch them, they'll be like, I don't think this is a VC scale business. It's not. What that means is they're expecting an IPO or an acquisition. They're expecting an exit. It's either going to be you go public or your company gets acquired at the end. This is like very rough math. If there's VCs in the room, they might take issue with some of these numbers, but I'm just trying to make it simple. Roughly, they want a 10x return on their investment. If they give you $1 million, they want $10 million back, roughly within a 10-year time frame. So again, AI is shifting everything. You want career optionality. Maybe you do a startup. Maybe you raise VC today. Maybe you raise VC for your AI startup. That's great. But just know that this is what you're getting into. If you take VC, there is kind of like a lock-in effect where they expect you to raise more money. You're on the treadmill. You're on the hamster wheel. Okay, so Pinocchio, The details of my company kind of don't matter. I think it's fun. It was a DIY Internet of Things hardware plus software startup, 30 seconds out of the box, as easy as pairing a pair of AirPods. You're like playing with our web app and you're hacking like wireless computers. You can set up a sensor network. You can have remote control robots that you operate from across the planet. I thought it was pretty cool. And we got to do really cool stuff. And like my favorite stuff from doing Pinocchio was the community that we built, the customers we got to work with, the projects that they made, like a soccer playing robot that they could drive from their phone, or just whatever that little rainbow thing is. That was pretty cool. We got to do Maker Faire. I got to go to Obama's White House. They had a Maker Faire there. Met really cool people. That's Massimo Bonzi. He invented Arduino. We have like Maker people here. Super awesome Sylvia, she's a maker as well. So it's just like really fun being in community. And VC probably did make a lot of that happen. It opened a lot of opportunities for us. It made us more credible and legitimate. Okay, so some people saw Silicon Valley. Did anybody see Silicon Valley on HBO? Okay, so, oh no, did I mess it up? Oh no. If I mess something up, you can yell at me.
No. Wait, sorry.
Grace, I'm cracked. In a
No,
bad
there
way.
we go.
Yay. Okay. Yeah, so I just have to like acknowledge this because when you see the Pinocchio logo, this is what comes to mind. And we were pitching investors in Silicon Valley when the writers of the show were developing that show, and I know that they were talking to investors that we were pitching. So I'm convinced, like I actually kind of hope that they were making fun of us. That's kind of like maybe the best outcome, which is kind of fun. But I'm so grateful for the experience of having run this company for 3 years, of getting VC, of understanding what that means. But I absolutely ran myself ragged. I came out of the experience way less healthy physically, emotionally, psychologically. It was an absolute pressure cooker. I don't know if I would change it. I don't regret it, but I did not take good care of myself, and it's very difficult to lead a balanced life as a startup founder, as a CEO. Hardware did not make that easier. I would definitely avoid hardware. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to dispel some myths about VC. We're going to talk about pros later, but we're going to talk about cons now. Venture capitalists are not a patron of the arts. They're not just like supporting your cool hobby or giving you money to do the cool things you want to do. Your startup is a financial instrument. They are putting money into your startup to make more money off of your startup later. The product itself, and I'm going to speak very like bluntly, the product that they're investing in is the startup itself, and they want a 10x return on investment. It's not just like, sponsor my cool hobby. Another thing I never hear people talk about, being an early stage startup founder does not pay well. I was pressured by my board to take a very low salary, and maybe you get a big return if you have that exit, but most companies don't, you know? You would make more money on your salary as a senior designer at most tech companies than you would at a seed stage startup that you founded. So if you're doing it to get rich, think again. And I personally found pitching investors to be very demoralizing. Like if you're on the job hunt now, you're getting rejected and rejected. Imagine that, but imagine it going on for a very long time. Am I getting feedback? Should I? Is it feedback? Okay. So the general time span of raising, it roughly takes 6 months to raise a round of venture capital. Once you raise and that money lands in the bank, rough math, it's supposed to last about 18 months, but raising takes 6 months. So 12 months into that runway, you need to be raising again. And so it really does feel like this very intense hamster. Once you take the first round of funding, investors, generally speaking, they don't want you to just grow slowly to a profitable business and then sail away. They want you to keep taking more and more rounds, assuming you're getting product market fit, and they want you to scale rapidly, actually. So once you take that first round, you can expect the line to take more rounds. And then we got Duo. How's my volume? I feel like am I feeding back?
I'm going to make it a little bit longer.
Oh, okay, sorry. How's everybody doing? Is this making sense? Is it interesting? Okay. Yay! Oh, I need some external validation, thank you. So Duo was a great example of venture capital. I had an amazing experience here. After I left Pinocchio, I went on to start the product design board, do the research, design systems, all that stuff. I joined to 100 employees. We went from hypergrowth to about 1,000 employees. And ultimately, we were acquired by Cisco for over $2 billion. So it was a very good outcome for everybody, especially the founding team. The thing I'm most proud of is we did it right. Like the culture, the way we took care of people, the leadership team. We were really invested in long-term development of employees and retaining people long-term and really helping build their careers, especially early career talent. So I still feel super proud of just the way in which we had that kind of experience. And Duo was a good example of appropriate usage of VC because if any of you haven't used Duo, it's a two-factor authentication app. If you're an employee at Airbnb and you're logging into your workstation in the morning, your laptop, you'll see something like this, right? It's like, are you who you say you are? You open that on your phone? Yes, it's me. And it's just like for blocking phishing attempts and data breaches and stuff. The state of the world before Duo was hardware-based RSA tokens. They were like little files that you kept on your keychain that had like, does anybody realize, like it looked like a calculator screen, and you would refresh the code every minute, and you have to like keep track of this little piece of hardware and type in the code. The battery died, that was an issue. It was a big issue. People lost their RSA tokens because that's a security vulnerability just out there in the world. It's just really hard to keep track of hardware. Solving this with mobile was a huge, huge innovation at the time. But it was like, it had just become kind of obvious. So other people were chasing this. And the fact that Duo hit product market fit with a mobile phone-based two-factor auth, it was really important for us to accelerate quickly and capture the market. So if you hit product market fit and you need to accelerate to capture the market, this is totally appropriate. And that might be the case if you're doing an AI startup, just because the pace of acceleration is really pressurized competition. So, pros of VC. I would say this is true for my time at Pinocchio as well as at Duo, getting to be a startup executive. Like we were in Duo in particular, we were like living an HBR case study, a Harvard Business Review case study. We could like, every single 6 months, it was a totally different company. It was super dynamic. We were learning a ton as we went. And just like the pace of learning was super intense. I came out of it just like, I just super leveled up as a result. My time at Pinocchio, again, being a startup founder, it made me a more savvy employee. So once I joined Duo and I had like the inside access where we're going to an all-hands meeting and the CEO or the CFO is showing the financials and the growth, I was like, oh my God, it's happening. Like I could see the beginning of the hockey stick that everybody wants and talks about, but I'm kind of looking around the room and people who didn't have that kind of insider knowledge, they didn't grasp like the meaning of it. So I was like running around and like, do you know what this means? Don't quit, stay here. This is going to be the story of your lifetime. This is your story of your career. And get more options while you're here. By the way, if you are an employee and you get stock options, Carta.com has a really good like guide to employee stock options free video course you should check out. Hit me up on LinkedIn, you can find it. I'll send it to you. It's really good. This is another pro tip. VC also helps you build your network. So if you're an employee right now in a VC-backed company and it's doing well, you can reach out to your investors. First, go find out who invested in your company and pay attention to what they're doing. Look up their other portfolio companies. You can make connections with sort of like cousins at your portfolio companies. Reach out and start like using that to boost your network. And if you have a good outcome at your company, if the VCs are a fan of what you're doing, they will often say, like at Duo, one of the VCs said to me, if you're ever looking for work elsewhere, call us first because we want to keep you in the portfolio, right? So you're building your credibility by way of being associated with the success story of a startup, and you're leveraging the different VC portfolio networks to continue to boost your options. And it's a good like first pass at applying for other jobs. You can say, I was at Duo, True Ventures invested in us, Google Ventures invested in us, I'm now applying to another True Ventures or Google Ventures company, and that's going to give me a head start. Tell me about feedback so much. And VCs are thought partners. Like as a designer, you have a certain skill set, but you might have certain blind spots that you don't even realize. With the investors, they should be able to help kind of fill out your skill set and your knowledge base. So if you're weaker on go-to-market, for example, hopefully you're able to find VCs that are really strong there, or they have people in their network that they can connect you to kind of help round out your skill set. Oh God, AI. Let's talk about it.
AI.
Has anybody heard of AI?
Give us an AI!
Woo! Hey! I thought you were going to say. Okay, so AI is changing everything, and in fact, my guess, I know this is based on nothing, it's just if I was a VC right now, I would expect something totally different. Maybe 2 years ago, if you're a startup founder, you're pitching VCs, You're probably going to put together a pitch deck, and that probably needs to still exist because it shows like financials and total addressable market and a little background about the team. But I would also expect a completely functional prototype that you vibe coded at least. Like I think like the state of AI and vibe coding right now, there's no excuse to not have a functional prototype that you can put in front of an investor. So before even thinking about VC, just the state of vibe coding to be able to get to something functional quickly, I would probably just stay employed or do freelance and have some steady income coming in to take the financial pressure off of you so you can play and experiment. And just, so that's bootstrapping, right? Like you're an employee, you're doing side projects, and use vibe code to quickly iterate and get customer feedback. And if you hit PMF, product market fit, VC could potentially be an accelerant, but now you know a little bit more about the pros and cons. Do you actually need it? It's almost best to take VC when you don't need it, when you're not desperate for the money. One, because you have more leverage in negotiation. You can ask for something more and just walk away because you're not desperate for it. But yeah, generally that's the big pro. Like waiting until you don't need VC, it can accelerate you if that's beneficial, but you can also walk away if it's just not working. The pitch is not working. So how do you figure out what to build? Choose an audience you understand. Either you've got domain expertise or you've got credibility with them, you have access to them. If you don't know anything about plumbing, don't create a product for plumbers, it's just weird. Pick the smallest problem that you can possibly solve. And you want to make sure that your audience knows that they have a problem, because sometimes you identify a problem, but your audience that doesn't actually understand that they have that problem. And you want to make sure that there's a strong willingness to pay. So oftentimes, like college students will create apps for college students, because that's who they're around, that's who they observe, they see insights, but then college students are on a really tight budget, they don't have money, so it's really hard to get them to pay for things. And look for signs that they're using bubblegum and duct tape. Like this is a sign that they're aware that they have a problem because they're solving it in a really janky way right now. They're like, I am so desperate to solve this problem that I'm hacking together a weird way to do this, and I would be so happy to pay you if you gave me an easier way. And again, how? If you're not familiar with lean startups and design sprints, Google it or ChatGPT, have a little chitty chat or ChatGPT. Learn about these concepts. It's the whole concept of like build, measure, learn, hypothesis-driven design, rapid iterative design, where you're testing hypotheses. And that's kind of the concept of a lean startup, roughly. And then design sprints is a book written by a couple of Google Ventures design partners. It's kind of the how. How do you do that as quickly as possible, get a prototype in front of customers, and vet whether or not you have a validated prototype. Is it valuable? Is it solving the problem that you can solve? Vibe coded in bold. I put bold in bold because they're sponsored today. If you bold, I think vibe coded like crazy. Like if you haven't played with bold, replit, lovable, V0, etc., do that tonight. Go home tonight and try to just think of something goofy, Netflix or dogs, vibe coded. Just play with these tools and see what's possible, because it's a whole new medium that's changing everything right now. And here's your strength, right? As a designer, create something that your customers love. That's the part that's going to come easy to you. Marketing, I'm going to do this at the end because I feel like it's a weak spot for me. But looking here today, like this is sort of a creator-based, community-based gathering that we have here today. We draw ideas from what you're seeing here in terms of like how might you market this product. And in fact, I think we have speakers later who are going to talk about how they created. Maybe Delia is going to talk about how they built a huge giant community. So take lessons there in terms of how you might market the product once you found product market fit. So again, we're going to recap, and I hope this makes more sense now. I want you to optimize your career decisions for optionality. I want you to keep your options open and not lock yourself into a decision where you can't surf the AI moment, because this is a massive tectonic shift, kind of on the scale of just the internet being invented. I've been in tech 25 years, and this is the biggest shift that I've seen just generally since the internet came online. So you want to be able to be flexible with your career, make different choices, because it's changing on a weekly basis. And again, prioritize your health and happiness. Learn from me. If you go the startup route, just be surrounded by people who can kind of keep you in check, keep you healthy, make sure your life is balanced. Keep your friendships, keep your hobbies, exercise, sleep, eat healthy. If those things aren't happening, check in with yourself and make sure you're taking care of yourself, because it's just not worth burning yourself out. Don't be a bad boss to yourself. And that's it. I know LinkedIn. Come chat with me. I'd love to get feedback.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you so much, that was amazing. Now, up next, I'll make sure to connect with Sally on LinkedIn. Give it up for a bit. Up next, we have Delia. Delia is one of my friends. She makes really funny content on Instagram, Tech Unicorn, so check her out. She's going to talk about how she built a 500K community and how you can do it smarter with AI. I feel like I'm talking really loud. Awesome. Clap your hands to Delia. Yay. Oh, Leon has a big announcement.
I know we have a lot of folks in the back, like talking to each other. I know the audio is not as loud as we want in the back. So if you want to scoot a bit to listen, that'd be great. I know there's a lot of interesting people, and you all are making friends and networking. That's great. But just try to be like as focused to the speakers as possible. They all brought along really great content. So if you need to side chatter, like obviously you can. This isn't like a college seminar or anything. But there's like rooms left and right. So if you have someone you're really vibing with, just like chat a bit more to the side. Let's try to keep this main area like as quiet as we possibly can be. And yeah, with that said, let's welcome our next speaker.
Awesome. Also, there's a networking sheet. So it's on the Lumos, so add guys to the networking sheet, connect with each other, and chat on LinkedIn or social media. All right, let's welcome Delia. So we're excited to have you on. Check her content, it's hilarious content.
Thank you, Grace. Hi, everyone. Super excited to be here. Thank you, Michelle, for the little shout out. You did really great too. If you need more validation. Oh, there's no clicker. Oh, okay. I'll be walking around over here a lot. So, I'm really excited to talk to you today about building your community and more specifically, doing it faster and smarter with AI. So how many of you here use AI every day? Oh, yeah, that's like over half. Let's hear it in noise. Cheer if you love AI. Woo! Wow, that's great. Okay, yeah, I talk to ChatGPT more than my parents, more than my friends. So I use AI for everything. And to be fully transparent, I made this whole presentation with AI, specifically with Gamma, which is an AI presentation generating software. Highly recommend. And I'm telling you this for 3 reasons. First is that the biggest, most important thing for community is being authentic and transparent. And secondly, the AI-generated presentation looks a little funny in some points. There was one generated photo that was like this headless businessman. I don't know why I had a headless businessman in my presentation. And thirdly is, some of you are using AI too little and some too much. And this was an example of me almost using AI too much, because I'm really glad I went into my presentation and made sure that there weren't any weird photos generated. So we also want to bring that human element and not use only AI, which I see a lot of people do on LinkedIn. But yeah, let me tell you a brief history of how I got into community building, because it was kind of by accident. So I became a content creator 5 years ago when I got stuck in Croatia during COVID. And I had no friends, I had no community, and I discovered this 100 days of code challenge. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna code for 100 days and share my silly little projects on the internet. And by the end of the 100 days, I had 5,000 followers. And at the time, I was like, this is crazy, 5,000 people care about my stupid little projects. So I just kept going and built a community. And during that time, I got a job at Google. And I realized that I had this really unique opportunity to share, my days in the life of working at Google, as well as working remotely, because I've been a digital nomad for 7 years, so I've been traveling constantly for 7 years. And I just decided to keep shitposting online and have been doing it every day for 5 years. So consistency, also very important. But what I realized very recently, like maybe a year or two ago, when I kind of started making a lot of money from this, I replaced my Google income with content creation. I get invited to all these cool events. I get invited to speak. I'm going on a boat in like 45 minutes, so I'm gonna get through this very, very fast. Sorry about that. But super cool to be a creator. And when I realized that, I was like, oh no, I need to become more strategic and intentional. And finally, like years into my content creation journey, I decided I need to be more intentional. So hopefully I can share with you today what I've learned along the way, especially the parts about using AI, so that you can grow a community a lot faster than I did just by shitposting every day. And also, this is my handle in all of the places. So yeah, I think I just passed 500K on all socials like last month. So these are very old photos, but yeah, anyway, we needed a strong numeric title for the presentation. But yeah, follow me at Tech Unicorn if you're interested in tech and travel. But let's get into it. So if I wanted to grow a community now in 2025, these are the 5 things that I would do. And if you do these 5 things, I promise you, you will grow. Like you will grow a community if you just do these 5 things correctly. First off is to get clear on your purpose. So I didn't really have a purpose my first few years of doing this. I was just like, I'm gonna post whatever I want every day. And then when I started being intentional and thinking, okay, what am I really trying to achieve here? I'm trying to inspire people to work remotely. I'm trying to inspire people to live their best lives, to use AI, all these different things. And I got clear on my purpose, and that helped me create intentional content and help me grow faster. Next, or part of that rather, is you have to know your audience. Ideally, your perfect audience, but you won't really know that until you're already growing. So for me, that's entrepreneurs, digital nomads, and developers, because I used to be a software engineer for 7 years. That's how I started creating tech content. But once you get clear on who you're talking to, you can start addressing their problems, you can start addressing their needs, and making them feel seen and heard, and that's the root of starting a community. So you have to know who you're talking to in order to do that. And especially in 2025, you need to get good at storytelling. So I don't know if any of you have seen on Instagram, it's popping off right now, the trend that's like, I'm Delia and I'm 21, and then it's like a narration, right? Have you guys seen that? Yeah, okay, you know what I'm talking about? That is the biggest thing that's gonna happen in 2025. Like if you get good at storytelling and sharing your journey, especially not just the highlights, but the ups and downs, that's very important, and that's gonna help you grow a lot because that's the biggest trend I'm seeing right now. And of course, the part we're gonna talk about with like practical tools, use AI to grow. And if you're not using AI, it's gonna be really hard to compete with everyone else because everyone's using AI. And I hate to say it, but the biggest thing that helped me grow is being consistent. So it was helpful to not be intentional at first because I would just post whatever I want, and it made it very easy to post daily. So if you do want to grow on social media, I would highly recommend for the algorithm to like you by posting daily or at least often enough. So whatever that takes for you. For me, it was allowing myself to just do whatever I wanted to. But yeah, staying consistent is a huge part of growing community. And another thing I realized is that the biggest part of growing community is you have to add value, and most posts or events or whatever you're doing to build your community should fall into one of these 3 categories. So they should either be educational, entertaining, or inspiring. So the strategy I started implementing is to have like 33%, 33%, 33%. It didn't really work out as planned because it's like 90% memes and shit posting, just because I find it the easiest to do that. But this is my ideal, and I would highly recommend that you make a strategy for your audience or whatever you need to be doing. You know, if you're targeting business owners or something like that, obviously you'd want to be more inspirational and educational and not necessarily entertaining. But I usually try to mix one of these 2 things. But every time you go to post something or you start building a community, think to yourself, am I being one of these 3 things? Am I being entertaining, educational, or inspirational? And if you're not, like, don't post it, don't do the event, don't do it, because there's no point. You want to always be adding value to your community. So now, Okay, we're gonna zoom through all of the tools that you should use in 2025. A lot of these tools are not necessarily AI related. So I use Buffer for social media management. Highly recommend that you use any kind of social media management so that you can be cross-platform. This is just the one I use. Repurpose lets me post something to Instagram, let's say, and then automatically post it to all the other vertical video channels. Super useful for that. And I also have a full-time virtual assistant, so I wouldn't be as on all socials as I am if I didn't have a VA. So for full transparency, I highly also recommend having a human and not just AI for help. Even if it's part-time, it's super helpful. But yeah, my process is essentially using AI for ideas, for drafting really, really fast, so it's great for templates and scaffolding. And then I go and I do my human work, which is like sifting through, seeing which ideas are good, seeing what content is going to resonate well, and then using AI again to polish and refine. So that's kind of the workflow. The tools that I would highly recommend is using AI video editing tools. So I use Descript, that helps a lot. Obviously, ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, pick your chatbot of choice, and that I use for like bouncing ideas off of it. I think this is such an underutilized feature. I'll even be in the shower and I'll have like a great content idea, and I'll ask ChatGPT like, hey, can you write a script about this? Or, you know, talk to ChatGPT in your shower. It's amazing, life-changing. Community growth, yeah. So basically, we can skip through a lot of this and talk about the tools. Descript is awesome, and actually Premiere Pro also has the feature where you can auto trim using AI. I use this before I send anything to my video editors so that they have less work to do and I have faster turnaround time, but basically you can auto edit all of your pauses, all of your filler words, things like that. So it doesn't have to be Descript. A lot of the modern tools do this now, but super helpful. In my workflow, I created this beautiful table in Notion where I have all of my ideas and which platforms I'm posting on. And I don't know if anyone's tried Notion AI for autofilling tables, but basically you can like say leave a row for captions and it'll autofill all of your captions in one go. So highly recommend trying Notion AI or something similar. And then of course you would basically go in and edit them a lot because everything AI generated needs to be very edited. But yeah, basically I put all my ideas in a Notion to stay organized, and then you can use AI tools to auto-complete a lot of that work. For news or things that need to be very accurate, because I post a lot of tech news, sometimes I'm too lazy to read through all of it. So I will copy paste into Perplexity, which if you haven't used is like ChatGPT on steroids for having like research done or having citations. And I will just ask Perplexity to verify everything I say is correct, and also to help me research anything from like YouTube scripts or tech news articles, things like that. So if you're not using Perplexity, highly recommend. This is a life changer for me writing captions because I used to spend like hours writing a silly little caption. And now I use my friend's tool, like my friend's Build Poppy AI, which is like a whiteboard, and you can pull in YouTube videos, articles, websites, and connect them all together, and then use a little text box where you talk to the AI, and it can generate your caption in your voice, or like give you a summary of the YouTube video, or it's so powerful. So I would highly recommend trying something similar to Poppy AI. I actually haven't found anything like it, so this is kind of like my secret sauce that I'm using right now. Opus Clip, also super cool because it generates shorter viral clips from your long form videos. And I'm too lazy to be doing that manually. I use Superhuman for all my emails, so now that I get a lot of brand deals, even my VA, I had to train her on using AI for emails because it's just so much faster and you get through your inbox a million times faster. So even though this isn't really content related, I highly recommend that you use AI for emails. Of course, I had to mention that I use Gamma for AI presentations. So this whole presentation, except for the parts that look really ugly, like this particular slide that was made by me, the rest that looks very beautiful was made by AI. So if you're doing any presentations, actually, if this works, we can see how it was generated. I took it all from Perplexity, shoved it in this prompt, and then it created a whole presentation. Fascinating. Oh, and sorry, I have to exit and go back. And I also use Blaze, which helps auto-generate content cross-platform. So for example, I started a newsletter recently and I'm much too lazy to actually write that newsletter. So I'll pull in my YouTube videos or my other content and then auto-create a newsletter with AI. And I can do the same thing, like make a newsletter into a LinkedIn post or make an Instagram reel into, anything can be made into anything else using AI. So super powerful tool that helps me be on all the platforms all at once. And this is my vision. I just wanted to share with you real quick my vision for what I actually want my workflow to be. So my friend created this AI pendant. It used to be called Friend, actually, now it's called Omi. But my ideal vision is that I just monetize my life and I just live my life and I have a workflow that will take all my conversations that I have with people from this pendant and auto-create content for me. So that's what I'm slowly building now, and I don't have it ready yet, but this pendant basically allows you to have a transcript of all your conversations that's then turned into key highlights from the day. And then I take that and I'll put it in Notion and I'll refine it with ChatGPT and other things, and that will become content. And that's really easy. It's like an easy way for you to just live life and be creating content without having to think about brainstorming and doing anything. You're quite literally living life and existing, and content gets created. So ideally, I will have a better workflow where that's fully automated in the future. But right now, my current workflow is using AI to think of ideas, script those ideas. I'm using it a little bit for video production, but I do have editors as well. I'm using it a lot for distribution, as I mentioned, with tools like Repurpose and Blaze. And I will share these with you if you DM me or ask me. Sorry, I realized I should have had a whole slide where you could take a photo of it. Sorry about that. But anyway, a lot for distribution and also a little bit for engagement. I will tell you a secret, I do get my virtual assistant to reply to people just because I would miss way too many messages if I didn't do that, and she uses AI to sound like me. Ideally, in a perfect world, I would have enough time to do it myself and be totally authentic, and I usually am, but this is a little life hack for those of you that are too lazy to do that. And of course, once you are creating and generating content, you also want to be monitoring what's working and what's not working. So plenty of AI tools for management and tracking analytics and things like that. Millions of ways to use AI, but the whole takeaway here is to first of all, this is why I told you it's AI generated, because there's a little weird part over there. But other than that, I think it did a really good job. So yeah, use AI as a tool, but don't be reliant on it, because then you will end up with this kind of thing going on. So you want to always, human monitor your AI creations and edit them so people ideally can't tell it's AI generated. Don't be afraid to experiment and iterate, especially because content creation is so creative. I allowed myself the space to try different content styles and try vlogs and talking heads and all the kinds of content that I felt like trying. So I think that's super important until you find your style and your niche. Always be providing value. Like I said, you should either be educational, entertaining, or inspiring. Otherwise, do not post it. And yeah, join the community and by following Tag Unicorn. And that is the end of my presentation. Find me soon if you have any questions, and thank you guys for listening.
Awesome, thank you so much. Who here is a content creator who likes to share content on the internet? Or anyone? Oh, awesome, cool, it's a lot of people. Up next, we have Dylan, thank you, Delia, as well. Next, we have Dylan for DIY brand building for entrepreneurs. I met Dylan at South by Southwest in LA, so excited to have you on, Dylan.
Thank you. Nice to meet everyone. Thank you for showing up. Super excited to talk about DIY brand building for entrepreneurs. I'm going to talk a little bit about my background, give you guys my toolkit, my tech stack that I use, and then give you some takeaways. Obviously, we're being DIY here, we're being scrappy. So the lowest budget and getting started with that. So going to talk about my journey first and foremost. Started off as a content creator when I was 14 on a lip syncing platform called Musical.ly. The first week on Musical.ly, I gained 30,000 followers. I was live streaming for about 5 hours a day. First 6 months, 100,000 followers. When I was 16, I started managing an influencer named Lil Huddy. Got him from 200K to 5 mil in a year and a half. And I was his first manager. And then graduated from USC this past year. At USC, I started an organization called USC Reach. Oh, wait, how do I wear this? Wait, how do I clip this? Sorry, guys. So at USC, I started an organization called USC Reach, which we grew out to a national organization, which is currently at 100 universities. We have 5,000 college students, all content creators across the United States. We have 1,000 alums, 800 million followers amongst those alums. We have 3 Forbes 30 under 30 years in our organization. We have grown that out even further into a for-profit company as well. So we now have a for-profit marketing agency, talent agency, and we have a ventures division. So our ventures division, we have equity in 25 companies, all C-round venture-backed companies. Talent agencies, we represent 50 creators, 5 million followers each. And our marketing agency, we're working with over 250 brands a month. Those are brands from small startups with $0 in their budget, all the way up to major companies like Amazon, M&M, Mars, etc. So obviously, we see the gauntlet and gamut of being able to work with a ton of different brands, whether it's an individual, whether it's a large corporation like Amazon. I gave a TED Talk in 2020 called Social Media Saved My Life. And this is a quote in the background from the TED Talk. But at least for me on my side, I really drove our company's success with kind of founder-led content, being a speaker, really showcasing thought leadership. A lot of what I do nowadays on content is posted on LinkedIn, a lot of value prop content that people can really understand in my niche, and that's allowed me to help with lead gen and also have people really understand that I know this space well. So like I said, a little bit about me. Gen Z founder, I just graduated from USC, so I'm 23 years old. I have 6 million followers across social media, I have 4 million on TikTok, I have 1.5 million followers in Snapchat. I get 20 million views every day on Snapchat on my side. And I spend $0 on marketing for a company, spend $0 on marketing for myself. All of the lead gen that we've gotten on our side has been all inbound in the last two years. So we've got our 250 brands that we work with, all inbound coming to us. And a lot of what I'm going to talk to you guys about in growing a company, growing as an entrepreneur is going to be really focused on the things, tangible things that I did to kind of grow in this space. We said just a little bit about Reach. So we have all these different divisions in our company, continue to scale it. We have about 25 people on our team right now. We really took the reins on the for-profit side, top last year, the year before the national organization. So right now we're having about 5 to 10 new universities reaching out to us every single week, starting a chapter of our organization. And then we have a bunch of brands every single week as well coming to us to help them with their marketing and their go-to-market strategy. I talk about this a lot on LinkedIn, and every single time I give any speaking gig, I think this is like the biggest quote that I give, but I believe that everybody should have a digital presence and everything should have a digital presence. So whether you're an individual, whether you're a brand, the first thing that anyone thinks about is, how can I blow up on social media? How can I build that cult following? How can I get other people to understand who I am, what I'm doing, make my target audience really know what my value proposition is and what my unique selling point is. So, especially for individuals like you guys are not having a presence yet. Even if you're a designer who's trying to find your next job, having a digital presence, going on LinkedIn and showcasing some portfolio work, why you intended to do something that you did, why you intended to put this design element into your UI UX design. These are things that are going to get people, especially on LinkedIn and other social media, to understand that you really know your thing. And especially in this economy with recessions, layoffs, etc. Everybody is trying to find a job on LinkedIn. Everybody is trying to have access to a community and network of people that they can rely on. You can only do that if you have that community that you built. So community is not an afterthought anymore. It's the deciding factor if a company is going to be successful or if you're going to be successful. If you have an audience that's going to trust you, if you have people who are going to build that cult following around you, then you're going to be big. There's so many competitors in the space for any company that you're trying to make. So being able to say, this is why I have 5,000 people, I have 10,000 people who are loyal to my company, to my network, to my community. That's what makes and breaks a company nowadays, especially on social media, especially in the digital landscape. Cult brands are way better and bigger than good products. You don't need to have a good product, you need great marketing. If you can show off what you do and people understand and you can sell your product, that's what makes the deciding factor for companies. And then layers of brand building. I think that this is really unique here because you have 3 layers. Right now you have founder-led content, which is growing and increasing. You have your company's social media, your presence, in brick and mortar, and omni-channel marketing. Then you also have your employees, and that's something that hasn't been talked about so much yet, but employees can be your biggest ambassadors. If you work at a company on social media or you run a company, you should encourage the employees at your company to show off what they're doing, what they're talking about on social media. Because if you can have people advocate for it, why not have the people who are actually in the doors who understand what your company thinks, who understand what you guys are doing, to be the voice that says, this is what is happening in the company. So community is the gateway to everything. So everything that you should do should be focused and around community. Everything should really be reliant on the fact that you need to build that community online, in person. The biggest thing that you want to think about is, what are people going to say when you're not talking to them directly, right? You want to hear what people are saying on social media. You want people to be organically posting user-generated content about your company, about your product on social media, and you want to have people really engaged and passionate about what you're building. Tangible tools for DIY brand building. This is my tech stack. I've never leaked it, talked about it to anyone. I know Delia talked a little bit about her stack, and we use some of very similar tools, but these are the things that I tend to use on my side. The utility tools. I'm going to run through this very fast, like rapid fire. So if you want to record, if you want to take notes, feel free to do so. LegalZoom, if you're trying to start an LLC, I recommend that every single person starts an LLC. Banking, Brex and Ramp are 2 really great tools. They're all completely free. So I use Brex for banking, I use Ramp for sending out invoices and payment. Fireflies AI, every single meeting that I'm on Zoom or Google Meet, I use Fireflies because at the end of the day, I don't remember who I met with. So it transcribes those notes for me, and it also gives me action items. Clay.earth is my favorite CRM. So it pulls your emails, your text messages, your LinkedIn, everything into one place, and it says, these are your people. You can use AI, and it'll tell you people in specific spaces that you want. It's also really good because it updates based on LinkedIn and job statuses. So if someone leaves the company, it'll automatically auto-update. Replay.ai, this allows me to kind of move different things around and different tasks. So I use Reclaim AI to be able to add eating food and reading every single day to make sure I kind of balance my schedule. Block it. Nobody really knows what this is, but this is a crazy tool that I found, and I think that everybody should have it. It allows you on your email, if you add block it to your email and you're trying to set up a meeting, it'll automatically pull it from your calendar, and rather than sending out a Calendly link, which I think is kind of like, I feel bad when I send out a Calendly. It feels much nicer when it kind of feels like an assistant via email that sends your availabilities. It'll automatically send out a calendar invite, all that stuff once you on email figure out time. Mobilize for website design, so that's how I made my websites. Flowdesk for email and newsletter, so sending out newsletters. We use Flowdesk for all of our designs in our company. Design tools, beautiful AI for all presentations. Canva, which I'm sure everyone here knows Canva, but I use Canva for every single graphic design. Photoshop, content creation tools. Riverside FM, so I use Riverside for all my podcast recording, any content that I make. I edit that on Descript because you can use video to text. You can edit with just kind of seeing words there. Opus Clip, which Delia talked about before this, but it turns long form into short form videos, so you can repurpose it to other places. Content distribution, Hootsuite, Hootsuite and Later, basically very similar. You can add your socials and you can schedule all of your content. Sprout Social is another one as well. Repurpose.io allows you to post to multiple social media platforms. Then other tools. Pop Store is a link in bio tool. I recommend that everybody has a link in bio. If you don't, you have a lot of links like your portfolio and website. It gets messy, it gets unorganized. The reason why I like Pop Store compared to Linktree and Beacons and all these other tools is that you can add other elements like subscriptions and digital assets. You can add a calendar booking straight on Pop Store, and you don't have people leading to multiple places. Like if you had a Linktree, you could do calendar scheduling through Calendly, and it redirects people to another link. So it's link on link on link. Pop Store is all in one, so it's all in one platform, and it doesn't take people to other places. Spotter allows you to, it's a YouTube studio platform that allows you to make auto-generated thumbnails on YouTube, content ideation. Roster allows you to hire video editors, anything in the creator economy for hiring. Then platform-specific practices that I want to go over per platform. TikTok, the way that the TikTok algorithm works, for those of you guys who don't know how the algorithm works, that every single post that you post on TikTok gets distributed to a select group of people, right? So if you post 10 times a day, if you post 20 times a day, each video has the same chance to go on the For You page and be seen. The way that it gets distributed in a daisy chain effect and gets more people to see it is if more people engage in it for the first 10 minutes, first hour, first day. So the more people engage in it, the larger that audience becomes of potential users on TikTok to watch your content. So you can post 7 times a day, you can post 3 times a day, you can post 1 time a day. Every single video has an equal chance to be seen. Instagram, 1 story a day is the optimal number of viewers that you're gonna get. The more you post on stories, the less viewers you're gonna get. But then 1 post a day in general, 3 to 5 feed posts, whether that be reels and standard kind of feed posts, are optimal per week. Snapchat recommends that you post 500 to 150 to 100 stories a day, which is absurd and a lot. I post 30 times on Snapchat, but genuinely, if you guys are not posting on Snapchat, it's one of the most lucrative ways for creators to make money. And it's one of the most under-tapped platforms, so it has the highest potential. It's like YouTube Shorts back in the day. Everyone who was on YouTube Shorts at the beginning were able to kind of blow up. Snapchat is that platform right now where if you want to become a creator, if you want to make content, I definitely recommend checking out Snapchat. And then YouTube, 1 to 3 videos is usually recommended per week. If you don't post within 2 weeks, then your consistency decreases. So, and your momentum decreases. So you definitely want to be consistent on YouTube. You don't want to overdo it, but you definitely don't want to underdo it on YouTube. And then LinkedIn is a very value-driven platform. So only post if you have something that's going to be valuable for an audience. But then beyond that, 600 words or less. Usually it's 250 to 350. But don't post multiple posts per day. Post once every day, once every 2 days, 3 days. LinkedIn's one of those platforms that doesn't falter you if you're posting too often or too little. So if you don't post for 2 weeks, it's totally fine as long as you have value-based content that you're posting. So my final takeaways for you guys, with all this info that I gave you guys, including the tech stack, the best practices for a platform, and also kind of what DIY brand building should look like for an entrepreneur. First thing, founder-led content is the future. If you're trying to start a company, you're trying to grow as an entrepreneur, make content that talks about your company, talks about your content journey, but also is unique for you specifically. Second, treat your content like a product. If you're building a company, treat your content like it's part of your company, an extension of what you guys are building. That's really the most important thing is, find your content and understand what your unique value proposition is just for your content alone. Figure out who your target audience is and think through the marketing in the same way that you're going to think of a product that you're selling. That's how you think about content. And last, be scrappy and creative. All the tools that I use, I don't pay for. And it's so easy to make content, especially with AI nowadays. That's like a buzzword that I've said in the last 500 speaking gigs that I've given. Everybody's been talking about AI, but I truly think that AI increases productivity and democratizes the ability to do whatever you want. If you want to be a creator, if you want to be an entrepreneur, there's so many tools out there that makes it that you don't need to know how to do everything. You just need to know how to do something. And you need to be a good problem solver, especially as well. So that's it for me. Obviously, please follow me on my socials. I'm active on LinkedIn every single day. If you have any questions, reach out to us via email. Put my email in my website. Thank you for having me.
Awesome, thank you so much. Founder-led content. Now let's see what found in the audience. We should make content. Up next, we have Rahul. Rahul, we talk about influence without authority for designers. Let's welcome Rahul.
Hi everyone, my name is Rahul and I'm a product designer, and I'll be talking about influence without authority. So cool. Can I get a raise of hands? How many of you are individual contributors, or you're not actively managing other people in your company or in your organizations? Okay, yeah, pretty good. And how many of you feel that you're very good at influencing others or influencing decisions within your organization? Okay. So whether you're a manager or if you're an individual contributor or if you're even a student or a startup founder looking to pitch VCs, influencing is something that you would always need to get the outcomes that you want and get ahead of the curve. So a bit about myself. So I'm a product designer. I started my career working for startups and agencies. 3 main highlights in the career was starting to work with IDEO, where I really got to learn about how the agency life works, how to pitch, how to work with clients and services. And then I got to work with Google. So I worked on the YouTube side as well as some of the workspace apps like Gmail, Drive, and Google Meet. And this is where I got to see how features are designed for like billions of people and how each and every small decision is being made after so much thoughtfulness and care and so many discussions. And most recently, I've been with Netflix, where I work on the enterprise side as well as on some new advertising initiatives. So yeah, that's me. And Outside work, I love mentoring other students, other designers, professionals, love reading books, and most recently I've been into like developing as well as playing a lot of video games as well as like board games as well. Cool. So you might ask, what is influence without authority, and why is it important? Like, why should I care about it? So this is how I define it. So influence without authority is the ability to affect decisions, actions, or opinions without having formal power or control over situations or individuals. So in a traditional company where you have a lot of managers, they can ask you to do something and someone would need to do it. But in a culture like we have right now in the companies, you need a lot of influence to get things done from your peers, even from the leadership or stakeholders. This becomes really important to develop in your career. And like I am an introvert, so I always struggle with why should I cultivate this? Like why would I need this? I'm good at what I do. I can design things. I can do certain things. But as I realized as I grew in my career, this became even more important than building stuff. So if you're not able to sell what you're building, there's no use because no one would care about it, and it would just stay in your Figma files and never get into production. We're going to talk about 3 key reasons why you should think about this. So one is if you want to grow your impact or grow your career, when you start as a junior designer, you're focused more on the team or like a smaller scope. And as you grow into the organization level where you're designing features for your product. And then even leadership level, you'll be influencing a lot of the company level decisions as well. Second, if you want to get into some of the senior or leadership positions, this skill becomes super handy, especially if you see like, how the levels grow and then the pay according to these levels, they grow exponentially as you grow in your career. So if you like making more money or growing in your career, this becomes very important. And third, avoid feeling stuck or unheard. So I have personally dealt with these situations where I had a lot of interesting ideas, but I couldn't communicate those properly, and then I felt that I'm not doing anything, and just had that imposter syndrome and felt stuck and was not able to get anything done. So having this 3 pillars, this is something that I've condensed together from my learnings and would love to share with you all. So the 3 pillars of influence, first is credibility, second communication, and third is collaboration. We'll get a bit deep into each one of these, and let's start. So first, credibility. So it basically starts with knowing your superpowers, knowing what is something that you are good at, what is something that comes naturally to you, which maybe other people take time to learn or understand. So trying to know your superpowers is like the first key step. And some ways that I have done this is try to listen like how other people describe the value that you bring. A lot of companies have annual review cycles or like these 360 reviews. So this is a good place to start where you can look at some of the prior feedback that you've gotten in your companies and see what are the common themes, what are the good things that they're saying about you, and you can form like a cluster or a cloud of what could be your potential superpowers. Second is reflecting on your past successes. What has something that led you through difficult situations? What is something is driving you? And what is something that kind of holds you in some of the challenging negotiations or when you're working with a lot of cross-functional partners? And the third is I've also tried to put together this like an ongoing like a brag document. So every week I kind of list down the things that I got done, things that I accomplished. So it could be simple things like maybe I got a new team member onboarded. Maybe I helped PM create a new strategy doc, or just putting some slides together for a leadership deck. So just start putting things together, and you'll realize how much work you have done in the past week or the past months, and that kind of becomes your thing that you can share with your managers and with your stakeholders as well to show the value that you bring. The next is doing the boring work. So this is a tweet that I really like, that like if you want to land on like some good sexy projects in your company, you have to do a lot of the boring work. So some of the things that I have done is like just taking meeting notes, also maybe helping formulate some of the user research findings, create a doc, share with the team. So doing the things which not as like in the scope of your role, but maybe something that gets you the attention, and maybe the other people are not too keen on doing that work. So try to find what are those gaps in your current company or in your current team and fill those in. Third is knowing your stuff. A lot of the designers especially don't know about how the company defines success, the success metrics, what are the key KPIs, how the sales teams work, how they are onboarding different clients. So knowing a lot about your company, how the business model works, how the conversion funnel looks like, try to gain as much knowledge about your company as possible, and that kind of helps you build that credibility and trust that you know what you're talking about. And then when you go to these high-level stakeholder meetings, you sound like you've already prepared, and they can trust you because they know that you've done your homework and you've come prepared for those meetings. So that in that way you can you can build your credibility, but also you can appear as like you know that you've got this. The second pillar is communication. So it really starts with active listening. This sounds very easy, but it's also the most difficult part because most of the times we're on different apps. A lot of the times we are online video calls, and there's email notifications, Slack messages. There's tons of things going on. So it becomes really hard to focus on the conversation that you're having. So active listening becomes super important because it shows that you're really listening to someone, and also they know that like whatever the trust that is being built is based on some authentic like human connection. So being 100% prepared and present and giving your undivided attention to someone, especially in like one-on-one meetings, being present really matters. And trying to remove all the distractions. Things like you can do simple things that I've done is like just getting into full screen mode, muting all of the notifications and messages and emails when I'm on a call. And third is active listening also helps you kind of figure out what, based on what the other person is saying, what are the facts versus the assumptions and conclusions. And you can do better at taking down notes or even getting into some of the more details. Expressing with clarity and conciseness. When you're communicating, when you're presenting in meetings, this also really becomes important where you're able to structure your message very clearly. The more clear messages, the better it gets across, and your stakeholders see you as a trusted partner. And writing, or like what I've done is also recording myself or maybe writing down notes to like just prepare and see how that message would come across. That really helps with like expressing with more clarity. And third is tailoring your message according to your audience, because a lot of times you may be presenting to your customer, which is very different than presenting to a leader or maybe your manager. And knowing who you're presenting to can really make a difference on how you're presenting, or what is your pitch, or what is your tone, or like how do you want to come across. Another thing that is really important is emotional intelligence, because what happens is when you're working with a lot of different team members, each one have their own priorities, and maybe there might be some conflicts, or maybe you're always dealing with different types of egos within the company. So it's like you need to develop the skill of driving some of these positive outcomes without letting your or anyone else's negative emotions get into the way. So how do you navigate that journey where you're working with a lot of different people and everyone has different priorities? So first is to expect and embrace resistance. Not everyone will be on the same page as you are, and not everyone will agree to what you're saying all the time. So always expect that there might be some folks, or there might be some ideas which are not aligned with yours. And then try to understand what triggers you. What is something that is kind of some actions or some things that affect you, and try to manage those and see like how you interpret that. and how can you be more calm, and how can you be more composed in some of the more challenging situations. The third pillar is collaboration. So one does not make the dream work without the teamwork, and also one of the more important parts is how do you manage your team? Although you're not actively a manager or managing someone, but it also depends on how do you maintain that relationship, because the peers that you're working with or the teammates that you're working with are the core integral part of your journey and your success. So if they don't feel connected to you, you're not going to be going too far ahead, because they're the ones who write your feedback as well, and your success is also dependent on how they think about you. So always try to prioritize health of relationships. Something that I have done is kind of in every one-on-one meetings that I have with my team, I try to take out 5 or 10 minutes to just learn more about them, what they do outside of work, what are the things that they are interested in. So kind of I form like some more personal connection. So I kind of like try to make friends out of my colleagues so that we are kind of more amicable and try to get on the same page quickly. Working towards a shared success. Again, something which might be your priority is not necessarily that that's their priority as well. So having that shared understanding of what the success looks like, not just for you, but also for them, and building towards that. And third is developing a facilitator mindset. Initially, when I joined new companies, I always had this hopes that I need to be the one coming up with a lot of new ideas, and I should be the one who I'm a designer, so I should be like driving all of the new designs. But I understood very quickly that you're very dependent on your engineering and your PM partners, and they sometimes have a lot much like a better idea than you, and they have a lot more context as you as well. So trying to embrace those and kind of becoming more of a facilitator, where you're not just producing ideas, but you're also collecting ideas from different people and then streamlining them, bringing them in the room. That can be like a superpower that really helps you influence others as well. The last is managing your managers. So this becomes very tricky if you have like a manager who's not giving you the full attention that you need, the full guidance or mentorship. So the one thing that I try to do is whatever I'm working on, I try to like show them that these are the things that are my top priorities, and show that these are how the status of the projects are going. If you are already in control of the projects and the scope, try to highlight them and try to like show that to your manager, because a lot of times they don't have context into each and everything that you're doing. So the more you are openly and early sharing with them, the better it gets building that relationship. And a lot of times you would also need like their support in driving difficult decisions. You might want to influence their peers on their level, so you can get their help in also get help in raising your bar and getting feedback on how to improve. And if you're doing that well, try to solve their problems for them. For example, they might have an idea that they are building on, but they don't have the time to work on it. So see if you can support them maybe by creating like a pitch or a deck or something for the idea that they have in mind. So you're going to try to form that relationship with them, where you become like a thought partner and you try to execute on the visions. And like it's good to show care and appreciation, because managing is a very difficult job, and try to like say like what are some things that you're learning from your manager, what things they've done that helps you. So kind of showing some more love and appreciation really goes a long way. And yeah, just again recapping the 3 pillars: building credibility, communication, and collaboration. So these are the 3 key things you should think about. And just I'm going to leave you with a quick quote: is being influential requires thinking deeply about what you want and what others want. So if you like kind of get the 2 together and see what are the common ground that you can land on, that would really help you progress in your career, and also like make you appear as influential and also get things done quickly. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much, Rahul. Up next, we have
Claire, who is talking about side projects, turning your passion into your scalable venture. Who here has a side project? Oh, cool, amazing. Well, welcome, Claire.
Okay, good morning, everyone. How is the speech so far? Did you get anything? Okay, great. So personally, before I introduce myself, I have lots in common with the speakers today. So I did learn a lot from everyone. So I started my career in influence marketing. So I worked with lots of influencers, maybe celebrities as well. And I'm doing some entrepreneurship right now. So I'm thinking if I should get VC or not. So Sally's speech was really helpful for me as well. And Duo was the tool that I used pretty often when I started. And I heard there are some students now, and one of my official title is assistant professor at Syracuse University. I'm teaching advertising and marketing. So some of you may feel familiar of teaching style of my speech today, but that's not the nature of my job. So let's start. A little background about myself. Feel free to add me at LinkedIn. There are lots of titles of myself. So first, I have been working in marketing industry for more than 10 years. I work with lots of different perspectives of marketing, like influence marketing, paid social, marketing science, marketing mix modeling, etc. And I also started my own marketing agency a few years ago. Meanwhile, I run lots of famous campaigns that you're probably aware of. So who has used Spotify? Okay, most of you. So if you use Spotify, then you must be aware that Spotify has a wrap-up campaign. And I was the lead of that influencer campaign for 5 years. So I worked with many influencers for 5 years throughout the whole year Spotify campaigns, especially for the Spotify wrap-up. I worked with Travis Scott for McDonald's Travis Scott celebrity menu campaign as well. And I worked on TikTok. So I worked with many kind of e-commerce brands on TikTok shop. So that's my background, purely in marketing and advertising. But that's not the most proud thing that I will say myself is. So I will say currently, I'm really proud of my 3 ventures. So the first one is Bold.new, which is a marketing agency that provides the marketing support and data-driven strategy for all the brands, from small to medium business and also big brands. And then I'm the president of Bold.new, which is a global nonprofit community. We have a chapter in New York, we have a chapter in Seattle, we just opened a new chapter in San Diego, and meanwhile we had a chapter open in Canada and also in Europe last year. So now we have 3 countries and regions so far. And last but not least, I'm also the founder of Delia, which is a learning and career coaching platform that connects industry leaders to people who are looking for jobs, mainly in marketing and marketing analytics. So now let me talk about how did I start from all these side projects into my venture so far. So the highlight here, I want to say everything starts from small. So probably you see all the big companies who were all successful people, even the creator, they started from a small idea. But a side project doesn't stay small forever until you say it is going to be. And it's more desire and how you work on it, and then it can become a really venture. So that's what I want you to kind of have a takeaway from this slide. From my experience, I will say the first thing of the Bold.new, which is a marketing agency, it started as a kind of a small side project. I was doing kind of consultation for a small brand because I wanted to help. I want to see how my personal strategy can help the brand to grow in the United States. So that's where I started really small, a really tiny campaign that only ran a couple weeks. And then I started to mentor at NYU because I was a NYU alumni. So I went back to school and do some more interview panelists and mentoring students in the college. And then I had only one mentee at that time. But so far, I started big enough. I have maybe almost 100 students who learn from me, except outside of my school. And then Bold.new is a nonprofit community that we want to empower Asian women abroad. So we want to create a deep and wide community that can empower all the women outside of the career, but also in personal life, and also in long-term sustainable and personal growth. So that started from a coffee chat. I just posted on social media who else wants to have a coffee chat. Female only. I don't really have the Essex limitation, but we want to have 2 to 4 small coffee chat because I want the topic to be really specific. I want people to talk in depth and also want to really share their opinions and experience personally. So you see how those ideas were really tiny and small in the beginning. But now here I am, I have 2 whole business agencies, and I have 1 global nonprofit community. So that's where I started. And now I want to share the myths of the SAT project. So my title is not a SAT project or a passion project. Because when people said, oh, this is just a SAT project because you don't feel safe. When I started, I had the same feeling. I want to say, this is just a side hustle. This is just something that I have passion about. But it's just a kind of a shell that protects myself, being that, oh, this is going to be really amazing career, or this is going to be an amazing business, and this is something that I can make it huge. I don't have the courage to say that, so I said it is a SAT project. But throughout the journey, I felt I learned something that even though it started small, but it can be grow really big because you have the passion, you have the plan to solve the problem, and you have some belief that it can be huge. So don't be scared to start because everything starts small. But don't be scared, it's just a SAT project because it can grow bigger as well. And I want to share 3 lessons that I learned throughout this journey. The first lesson is passion is the fuel, and systems are the engine. So I believe most of the people in the room are designers or creators, and you all have some passions, and you have something that you are passionate about. So passion is the starting point, I will say. If you don't have the passion, for example, if you are working in the industry or in a company that you don't really like it, and you will feel like every day is really suffer. And I don't want to go to work every day. But if you work on something that you have passion about, then every day is yourself, and you are happy most of the time, maybe 24 hours plus 7. And that's the huge amount of time in your life. So I will say passion is definitely a start, but then the system is the empower to help you grow. So for example, when I started the agency, the marketing agency, I didn't say it's just a SAT project, and I want to keep everything really organized. So I use Notion. So I have a full pitching deck to introduce my expertise, to introduce my portfolio, what campaign that I did run, and what result did I get. And that's kind of the pitch deck. And then I have the proposal, the RFPs. So everything is organized that when I have an opportunity, I can be prepared to get them in and onboarding it. And I remember someone told me that if you have passion, that's a really good start, but the systems can help you scale up. So think about if you are just a freelancer, or you start a SAT project during the night or during the weekends, and then suddenly you got really popular and many people want to reach out to you to get your help, then how are you going to scale them up? Because there is opportunity there. If you already have the systematic strategy or documentation, and that's the right moment that you can grow your business. So I will say be prepared in the beginning because there is probably an opportunity soon to help you grow your business shortly. The second lesson that I learned is sharing the journey and building public. So when I started, I'm a person who loves sharing. I like to talk my experience, I like to talk what I'm doing. So sharing is one of my passions. So that's where all those business come from. And then when I started all those things, I often talk to people what I'm doing. And I don't wait until my business is super successful. I just tell them in the beginning that I want to share my story. I don't afraid that people may say, oh, your business is too small and your skill is too small. It's okay. You can just share your experience, and there is always opportunity that can be referred by the others.
So I shared my experience on social media. I shared my stories on maybe public speaking on the conference, etc. And then some people may reach out me, oh, I would love to have your help, or we would love to have some partnership. And that's the opportunity. So I will say, if you have some side project, and then you can speak it up. Even in this conference, there are many founders, there are public VC, there are some potential partners that you can work with. Then there is an opportunity that you can find your partner over here. So I would love to share a story of myself. One of my business, the Data, which is kind of a career coaching platform, I met my business partner in an event of programs. So I was doing like an entrepreneurship topic, coffee chat, and then she showed up and she sits next to me. And she was talking about what she was doing on the mentorship, and she was doing kind of like coaching on social media, and she has a bunch of followers. And I shared my experience, like what did I do in NYU, what did I do in kind of like career coaching or some of the license development. And then we found a match. And then we partnered with each other in, I would say 2 weeks. We met each other again in 1 week, and then we decided we are a perfect partner. And until now, we are still a good partner. So that's how like you share in public, and then someone could be your potential business partner and maybe potential client. So that's the second lesson. And the third lesson is the last lesson as well. So passion attracts, but purpose retains. So the passion can bring the customer in, but your purpose and your strategy and your results make your customers stay. So that's what I learned from my marketing agency. So most of the time, my clients were in because of referral. Because my clients did something cool or did something really amazing with us, and then he or she shared this kind of results with the other people in the industry. And they reached out to me asking like what you can do for us and how we can partner with each other. So that moment, they have the passion, they want to work with you. But how you are going to keep them in the contract and how you can keep the revenue is the purpose. What's the purpose of your business? How you can help them? So for example, my marketing agency is not about building up media plan. It's not about running marketing. We are trying to help the business to grow. We hope to see the results tremendously different from what you did before us. So that's kind of before and after. So we really want to help the brands to be successful during the journey. So that's the purpose. And for Bonjour Girls, the purpose is not like having a community that people are listening to me or listening to the others. It's more about like deep and wide connection. So the deep means everyone can learn each other from their personal stories, from their personal experience, maybe find some mentors through the lifetime. So that's the deep. And the wide is that we create a platform or community that can support some of the programs that can help them grow further. So that's what we want to achieve throughout this community. So to conclude, I want you to like have a look at this one because that's my journey, how I built the venture. So the first one is always solve a real problem. So you will see like most of the successful companies, they can solve real problem. And even there are so many AI tools in the market, some of them can only solve one problem, but some of the other can solve multiple problems. So you need to find what your set hustle or set project is trying to solve. That's the fundamental. And then give a name, identity, and system. So that's kind of like not only a branding. Because if you want to register as a legal business, you need to have a business name. You need to register as an LLC or C Corp or S Corp. But then it's about kind of like a brand position. It's a message that you want to deliver. That's what I call it identity. And the third one is to share the journey with others. Don't be scared to say what you want to do or what you are doing. Because even though you are doing something secretly or you are doing something quietly, there is always an opportunity that you can share with the others. Someone can give you some side opinions or outside the box opinions that how you can grow or how you can change. And listen to those advice. It doesn't really need to be like, oh, I have to listen to advice and change myself or change my business. It's more about incorporate all the opinions and think back and digest by yourself if you should change or not. And the last one is to deliver the value before you even monetize. So when we think about the business,
automatic goal is just about making money or you have millions of dollars in investment. But I will say, like, making money is definitely a goal or is worthy to do it or achieve it. But before monetizing, you should think about what value you can bring to the table, what value you can bring to your business, to the client, or to your community. And that's even more useful before thinking about the business model. Because eventually you'll get it. Eventually all the things can turn out to be really good. So I'm really optimistic on those things. And this is my last slide. I want to keep it short and kind of simple. The only thing that I want you to take from this kind of whole speech that I share is if it lights you up, then build it. If it helps others, then scale it. So it's really simple. Don't be scared to start anything. If you have some passion, if you have an idea, just do it. And don't think about, oh, I'm going to encounter many problems, I'm going to encounter many issues. It doesn't really matter because once you face the issues, you can solve it. And I'm not really a good planner. I don't really plan 5 years. I don't plan 3 years. I just focus myself on time, like at the right moment, what I can bring, what I can do. And I feel like you have the courage to start it, and you already beat 90% of the people because you have the courage to start it. So I want you everything to learn is that if it matters to you, then you already has it value because the business, the side project, the passion is all about you. It's your selling point. And then if it matters to the others, it already has the power. It eventually will grow to a business. It eventually grow to a sustainable venture. That's all my speech today, and hopefully there is something that you can take away from my speech. And if you want to talk about personal branding, marketing, or anything that you have passion about your idea, feel free to connect me on LinkedIn. And I'm always happy to chat and to see if we can partner each other. That's all. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome, thank you so much, Claire. By the way, we have all the speakers' LinkedIn links on the Bluma. You can click on them to do it. Also, quick reminder, we love how y'all are mingling and making new friends, but please keep it a little bit quiet in the back. We'll have lunch soon. We're running a little bit over time, so really appreciate your patience. And meanwhile, do feel free to connect with people on the networking sheet and message each other on social media. And up next, we have Madon. Who here does like vibe coding, vibe loading, vibe designing? Who doesn't know what vibe is? There we go. Are y'all gonna find out? All right, welcome, Madon.
All right, hello everyone. First up, thank you for still being engaged, and I thought by this time it would be half the crowd, but I'm so pleased to see you all. And then today we're going to talk about why, right? Trust the why. You've heard the word AI constantly, you've heard the word why constantly, and I think it's almost like now I feel like my parents are like constantly telling me, this, AI, and literally everywhere. And I'm here to caution you when not to. So if anything, if you want to pay attention to this entire, quick 10-minute talk, there'll be 2-3 things that you'll take away. One, you will learn about life, universe, and what it is. There's a secret hidden. You will have the answer to all of that. Second, why and how to do it and when not to do it. And I would say there's a real addiction problem hidden in the white coding, and I'll talk about that a little bit as we get into it. It was very fascinating when I got into white. I was like, oh man, this is almost equal to smoking or crack and other things. So here on as to what I have to say. All right, a quick update on general about me. I started coding around 1999, so close to 26 years. So I'm more of an engineer. Somewhere when the MS Paint came, I tried to become a designer, but it was an epic fail. I said, this is not it, and I went back to engineering. And that was, I have a fun story that I'll be hanging around, I can tell you about it. I still remember there used to be these JavaScript sites with amazing designs and animations. I still have floppy disks in my parents' attic where some of this code I downloaded kept it. What if I don't find it anywhere? What if the internet goes away? How will I use it? never use it again. It still is rotting in that floppy disk out there. So it's been a journey. I've seen many different versions of where the software industry has evolved, and we'll talk a little bit about it. And my journey took me from a startup company called Brightscope with 20 engineers. Then I went to an 80 engineer company called Breakout, which is a mobile security company in the Valley. And then I joined Uber in 2014 as a 200 engineer. So I went through the growth phase of Uber for the last 10 years. And right now I'm the head of engineering for our Uber Rider app. So the app that we download, hopefully you take us in that competition. But I run that, so if you have complaints, come talk to me. And I was involved in building Uber's fulfillment system. So just a quick trivia, we do around 12 billion trips a year, which is almost moving the entire population of the world from one place to another. So building systems for that scale, that criticality has been the fun journey of my life. I started out as a biology student. I thought I'd be a doctor, and I couldn't get the right college that I wanted, so I ended up joining engineering. 1 month later, I got an offer back from med school. I said, nah, I'm starting engineering already, so might as well run with it. So eventually I went into electronics, then AI, and yeah, that's my life. All right, a quick tidbit about evolution of computers. I know a lot of product designs, founders and everything, but I'm sure you all know this given that you're in the Silicon Valley. But just quick rundown on anything. People started with punch cards, right? Put it into a physical machine. And that's how they used to talk to computers. They used to tell machines, do this, do that by punching cards. And then eventually people said, oh, we need to be more digital, electronic, ones and zeros, great. So, transistors came in and people started putting microcontrollers. And this is the part where if I was a 1 hour talk today, I would have loved to educate a lot of you. Because I have pondered myself when I was young, I was like, how does this 1 and 0 finally become like a real program somewhere deep in a chip? It's a very fascinating thing. Again, happy to chat about it, if you find me in the crowd later. But effectively, as a computer science evolved, we went into ones and zeros, plugging that into the microprocessor. And then by the time 3 came in, we started having these high-level languages. People said, look, ones and zeros are very hard to interact with the computer. We need something that's more human. So now, for the last, 1980s to even 2010, 2012, and obviously even till now, it's all about these high-level languages. If this, do that. If else not, do that. Why, where, for. And ultimately, all your software you see around you is just a combination of if, else, but, when, and for, and really that's all it is, ultimately. But it's very resonating to you as a human, right? Now, around 2010 to 2025, there was this era where people said open source, you can have libraries, you can reuse. So people said, why should I again write my date picker? I just want to use a date picker. So I, as a creator, said, hey, here's a date picker library, and you, as a consumer, you just say, okay, date creator or datepicker.new, and boom, suddenly there is a date picker on your website, and that felt magical. I was like, man, in one line of code, I can literally get the date picking concept without knowing about it. You see where we're going? We're fundamentally just engaging with the machine, but at each time era, around 50 years or 20 years, we're changing the way in which we're talking to computers, right? So now we are, in some sense, entering the 5th generation of this 30 to 50 year time frame of interacting with the computers. But there are very fundamental differences and actually very potentially even dangerous situations in the current approach, which we will touch on. So we are now going to navigate a new era of development that is going to be with AI. And I'm not going to throw this as a general, oh, use AI to just all work. It may not, your mileage may vary. But the vision here is you're vibing. Like you're just like at peace and calm, you're just thinking A to B to C to D, everything happens, and that's what we want to do. But I predict that over the next 30 years, similar to the time frame I showed you in the last slide, each of this were like 20, 30 years, we are at the very, very, very beginning. So don't judge your outcome based on what you see today, you're at the very beginning. You will see what this will look like in 20 years from now. So how did this white coding terminology come into existence? So honestly, this was new to me. I saw it was viral and I was like, okay, great. And then as I was preparing for this talk, I was like, okay, who actually said white coding? I wish I could name terms that it becomes viral and I could be named for it. So there was this person, Andre, he is a founding engineer at OpenAI, and even well before he coined this term, people were doing this. People were using ChatGPT LLMs to kind of generate code. But he went through a process of development, and he just said, hey, this feels like my game. And that's how it started. The cool part is it didn't start way long. Like it wasn't like 2022 where it started. It literally was like 2025. It was like 3 months, and here we're talking and repeating the term. That's how crazy and exponential technology is growing right now. It's scary and fascinating at the same time. So I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to show you. However, I will also caveat that a lot of speakers have given you a flavor of white since morning. So I won't belabor the point. But I want to explain a little bit of under the hood what that means when you wipe. So how do you wipe? And I'll tell you, like, how many of you people have actually touched coding level wipe programming here? And not just like, okay, that's awesome, great. You know the feeling that I'm talking about. So trust me, almost like even 5 months back, I wasn't a big proponent. I was like, okay, cool, AI is going to spit out something. We're going to be hype cycling, like how we wanted to build the internet on Bitcoin or blockchain again, and every website needed to be in blockchain. I was like, nah, that's not the right thing. I know it's not going to be. But now, 5 months before, actually an engineer showed me this and said, hey, look at this tool, look at these tools. Here's what I can do as an engineer. And I have a team of over 500 in various other parts of the world. And then when that one engineer said, hey, look, this is how effective I can be, I'm thinking like this into 500. Oh my God, this is going to be crazy. And it really opened up the thought process in my head. And that's kind of what enthusiasm I'm trying to go to share with you today. So create a new project. So this is just a code editor on your laptop. You don't need to know anything other than download it, open this editor. There are many. Obviously, you've seen a few of those who are in SaaS sponsors as well. But all I'm saying is create a new HTML file. You don't need to know even HTML. You could just say create a new tic-tac-toe game. You don't have to say JavaScript. You don't have to say HTML. These are my old bad habits creeping in. You know, it's saying, oh, do this. I'm being prescriptive. But that's all I'm saying. And then 30 seconds later, you really have a tic-tac-toe game at the top. I'm actually playing it, and I'm like, great. When that first showed up, I was like, this is all great, but I don't think it's gonna work. And then I started clicking, I'm like, oh shit, it actually works. And then I'm sure the reset button doesn't work. And I click the reset button. The reset button also works. And I'm like, this is crazy, right? So what is happening? What just happened? It seems very easy, very logical. Sure, it's all great. But really, if you go back, if I had to build this, the number of decisions that white/AI and all this stuff is taking away from you are quite a lot. So to start with, if I were to write this code, I would be like, okay, what do I name the file? How do I name it so that other people can understand? How do I name it so that is it a dash notation? Is it an underscore notation? Does it have a camel case, typecase? Something as simple as that. That decision making is taken away from my head. So that's the first thing. I'm just done. It looks trivial, but when you do 1,000 things, that's important. Second, what's the color? What's the font? What's the design? Does the board look like? Should there be gaps between the squares? Should there be no gaps between the squares? You aren't going to think about all these things, right? It's not going to magically appear in front of you, but it does. So you're removing those things. You're removing, where should I put the placement of the reset button? Should I put it on top, third, bottom, left, or right? Now, even if you had an intern, an engineer, it probably would have taken you an hour of conversation to say, hey, look, I'm trying to build a TikTok game. TikTok-toe. Do you want to build it for me? Yes? Okay, good. What do you want? I want this, I want that. Oh, by the way, do you want big, small, left, right? There's going to be a 1 hour conversation at the very least to even align and even motivate the person to build that for you, right? So not all of that is taken away. JavaScript, CSS, I don't need to know any of that. All of that exists. and finding the winning logic of the game. So the point of that is something as simple as tic-tac-toe is now having all of these decision points, and you as a person building can take that away from you. So that's a good one. Now then I went on to say, okay, look, I don't want a three cross three, I just want to try 4 cross 4. What if that exists? Like, I am not going to talk about it. And here's where the engineer in me comes and says, how is the AI going to solve this? I'm like judging it. I'm like, okay, is it going to do the right thing, not do the right thing? So as an engineer doing this makes you feel even more. So as a designer, if you're using a white tool, I'm sure you're looking at, oh, is it following the right patterns? You're going to constantly judge it. And some of that is going to come behind your head. So this simple example, when it was a 3 cross 3, you know what the AI did? It said, the winning combination, I'm going to hard code and say, this is exactly the winning combination. No engineer worth their salt would typically do this, like literally. That would be fail. You would not clear any interview. But the AI just did it, and we don't care because ultimately the output is there. So on the top, you can see the AI said, in the 3 cross 3 example, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as long as those combinations exist, it's winning. And once I said 4 cross 4, just under the hood, it transferred that into a very scalable and cross-end implementation. Doesn't matter if it's a 3 cross 3, now it can work with a 100 cross 100 ticket, which was fascinating to me, at least as an engineer. And then, again, my bad habits, or I would say bad habits come in play. I'm like, oh, there's no documentation, so let me just select a function and say, write the documentation for this function. Just wrote it, and I just haven't checked whether it's good or not. Or write some tests. Select the function and say, write a test for this function. It spits out something. So I'm doing some code cleanup as I'm building this up. Then I got a very like, oh yeah, I love beautiful things. So I have an eye for good, beautiful things, but I cannot build it. Like, I just have it. So I'm like, oh, all right, this looks very grand. That's my description of what I think it is. And my description of what I want to make it is I make it splashy with a blue background, right? I'm literally not saying anything. And it gave me a red background. It looks flashy, I agree, but it looks flashy. So then I said, okay, the colors have orange and red. So I'm pointing out the blade and I'm like, look, AI, you did it wrong. It's actually red, but you need to make it blue. So so then it made it blue. Here's where things got very interesting. I'm like, okay, look, I want to do something different. I want to actually charge people money for this game. Maybe people love tic-tac-toe, they don't want to start paying it. So I said, it should charge $1 before the game starts. So the guy was like, okay, if I show the game, people can start playing, so I don't want to show the game. So we actually changed it and removed the entire game and said tic-tac-toe, $1 to start playing. So I was making the vibe and suddenly everything is gone and it's back to the text. And that text is not even clickable. How are people going to pay with the text who just pays $1 to play? So then I went back and said, look, the pay $1 to start playing text does not do anything. You have to do something with it. And I said, okay, connect it to the LinkedIn PayPal or PayPal, a website, make sure it pays. And the cool part is they told me, look, it won't work. You have to put your PayPal ID there and your email in order for it to work and your callback link. If you don't give it, this won't work. Obviously, I did not read it. At this point, I'm just vibing, right? So I clicked on it, and then it went to an error page, and I said, look, the AI did not know it. Obviously, I, as an engineer, knew that this was going to happen, the AI messed up. Then I came back to my editor, and the editor clearly read it to me, saying, this will not work. You have to put the ID in. I'm like, okay, cool. Now it's my bad, not the AI's bad. It knew what it needed to do. And eventually I said, okay, bring back the thing, don't hide it. And then the last one, this one was very fascinating. I said, look, there is a very high padding to the right of the 3 white blocks. So I'm just describing, now think about it, like you as a human, you have a visual render HTML, you can see that there is padding, you know where it is, you can point to it. But the computer, the LLM, doesn't know. It just knows that there is some code, text, left and right align and all that beautiful stuff. But it clearly figured out that that is the pattern I was talking about and it didn't fix it. It was just like fascinating. I was blown away. And then now I'm like, okay, cool, now I have the website, I can click to pay, I can do all of that stuff. Let me take a leap of faith. Let me wrap that as a mobile app and put it on the App Store and see how that works. So I said, okay, cool. Why don't you wrap it as a mobile app, run my iOS simulator locally, and show it to me. And then it did its install and all that beautiful stuff, and crash and boom. Like, yeah, nothing works. Literally nothing. Everything is erroring out. I'm like struggling through it. I'm not able to recover it back. I'm trying to tell the agent, do this, do that, do that. Nothing. I'm in a crash loop, largely. I'm standing up and then I'm falling back. So all this is to say is there are very powerful tools. Ultimately, you can instruct, and it's a very magical thing when it works. It does have its pitfall, and we'll cover some more. But I had a fun ride. This was literally like 20 minutes of me in between feeding my kids, getting ready for the morning, and just coming back to my laptop, giving the next instruction. The AI is picking it up, updating, and I'm going and doing other stuff and coming back. So this is a hugely, hugely powerful tool. So if you have not personally experienced it, I highly recommend. Don't just go with the web-based wide tools. Actually try to download some on-laptop-based things. It'll give you a lot more flavor into really what my thing is about. I know a lot of the design stuff may not be there yet on the desktop, but I would highly encourage you guys to try it. So yeah, a bunch of code editors that you can try locally. I tried these slide things. Some of the speakers said it worked for them. For me, it did not. I just said, hey, make me a presentation for this conference. Did not work for me. It did try, but it failed. The Figma one, I was very pleasantly surprised. So you effectively make the whole tic-tac-toe game. So all I did was just draw that static design in Figma, and I gave that link to this this tool, and I said, "This is my Figma. Build me the code." That's all I said. Again, what was magical about this is I thought it would spit out my confidence and some code, but what surprised me was actually ended up a functioning game, and that was mind-blowing to me again. I'm like, I did not tell it to make a functional thing. I thought it would just make a component, and again, you could work with an engineer or take that code into something else. But it's fascinating how quickly we're going and progressing. So stepping back, in our evolution to instruct the chip and the microprocessor over there, we said we know we can do ones and zeros. Then we said that's too boring, complex, error prone. We went into assembly. We said we'll write some move A, move B kind of logic that gets compiled, and assembled down. Then we said we'll write high-level languages that then gets into assembly, then into machine, and then into the chip. And then now we're literally kind of in a YOLO land, a bit of an arbitrary open-ended world where we are saying, I can tell you something, I can speak something, or I can show a Figma file, or I can point to an image. And literally, somehow, the LLM is going to convert it into your code and flow through the pipeline. So we really unlock the next level of human-computer interface. And this, I think, is going to get your robotics to a whole new level, product design to a whole new level. It's going to be mind-blowing. So the bull case, like every speaker said today, there are lots of benefits to vibe coding. You can go from idea to execution and prototype really quick. In speed, error handling, creativity, focus, and whatnot. Obviously, traditional coding has its gaps. But the bear case, I said, okay, I will reveal to you what the answer to life and universe and everything. So I said, computer, please write me a function that can tell me the answer to life and everything. And from the book, Page Factor Galaxy, that book, and then it basically took the answer 42. So it wrote a function and just said, this is the answer to life. That's 42 is your answer. Not exactly what I was looking for. So here the computers have pitfalls. They have their assumptions, biases. They don't know to say no. It's like literally like a child. It just puts A and B together and says, I think this is what will work. So when you stumble on these things, you need to know what's the right answer. So here's my general take on AI at this moment. That doesn't mean that it's not going to work. But if you want to, use the AI well, you need to know what the output is. If you don't know what the output is, everything that the AI does feels like the output is correct. But if you know the output, I just say 80% of the time it is correct. It's not correct 100% of the time. And a few other things that I'm sure you have read from the internet. I mean, code quality issues. I don't think I would ever write a code like this. And security boundaries still being figured out. Replicating bugs. You have bugs, on online code, your code will also have a bug. Reproducibility. This is the most important thing that scares me. Like if you look at this image, everything from here on there is very deterministic. Like you do the same thing, any engineer anywhere in the world at any point of time puts the same versions together, the same thing will happen. I'm not so sure about this. The new interface is going to change. So if you go today and do the same thing that I did and give the same instructions, you are not going to get the same output. So reproducibility is going to be the biggest blocker in iterations, and that fundamentally today limits white development. So finally, if you're stuck with AI, always start over. Sometimes it's good to just give up and go back to your traditional way of doing things, and that's okay. Nobody's going to judge you. And if you're doing software coding, then Claude 3.7 is a good one. And start with broad and then keep narrowing it down. Sometimes I've given such a narrow instruction that I could have done it faster myself. And then finally, this is the last thing that I wanted to cover, which is there is a dopamine experience in vibe coding actually, which is, it's like slot machine. You play 3 times, you keep fail, and then the one time it works, where you win money, you're like, oh shit, your brain is like, okay, this is great. So when you start doing a lot of vibe coding, you would personally experience this, which is you initially have a huge rush because suddenly everything feels magical. Then you get into this boom, the first boom that I pointed out in my slides. Then you might get some boom, so it's not working, and then 3 times in, the 4th time it might work. And suddenly, oh look, I instructed the computer, listened to me, did the right thing. This is magical. And that's a dopamine hit. Then 5th time we won it, or 6th time we won. So what I've seen is sometimes the work that could take you 3 hours in total could end up taking you 12 hours because you're really enjoying this experience of instructing and control and the positive feedback loop of the computer doing what you're thinking it you want. And then these negative things, you're like, okay, I'm so close. Maybe my next instruction will get me the beautiful design I want, or the beautiful code that I want. So be cautious, snap back from it, because it's a very addictive thing. And I do fear that as engineers, and myself included, have gone into this pitfall where like, okay, maybe we're just 2 instructions far away from getting the ideal output. So step back, think about it. It is actually a dopamine hit. It is actually an addictive thing. So be cautious. So finally, to close it all out, from a white coding perspective, 100% use it to prototype. Get to the market fast. You don't like what you're doing, delete it, start fresh. It's very cheap, so just try out a few different things. Writing tests, maintenance, cleanup, great. Continue using it. But core development, I wouldn't put yet some of my core fulfillment dispatch systems into fully AI generated and not look at the code and blind accept it and put it in the hands of millions of users. I would do it. So we are in the early stage. It's like the dial-up of the internet. Wait for 10 more years. It is going to be the thing, but you cannot step away from it. So with that, thank you so much.
All right, everyone. I am the speaker, but we changed the order. So instead of listening to me talk, you get something better, which is, let me see if the order's changed. Okay, so these are quick slides that I added so you can tell they're very spontaneous. We really appreciate everyone going through like both the technical difficulties, and we also have just one of our food sponsors who had some rearrangements. So I want to give a really quick shout out to the volunteers. They actually coordinated with our team this morning to drive or run out to buy sandwiches and vegetarian options for so many of you, and there's more than like, I think, capacity, maybe I guess capacity, we'll just say it's capacity, so there's no fire hazard. But there should now be enough food for everyone. If you are not vegetarian, please don't grab the vegetarian option. If you're a vegetarian, definitely try to grab the vegetarian option. So yeah, this makes sense. I guess if you're a vegetarian but you don't want to grab the vegetarian option, that's okay. So thank you everyone. And I want to give just a huge shout out again to all the speakers. I really appreciate everyone's energy. I know everyone's networking, meeting interesting people. As I'm talking right now, even I'm gonna have some food and how to get food, I only have 90% of maybe people's attention. So I know how hard it is to get everyone to fully pay attention. So after this session, when we come back, you'll get to hear me talk about something not as exciting as food, but we're gonna try to do something where it's like everyone try to fill the seats because there's like maybe 15 seats if I eyeball that are empty. And if you don't have a seat, there's this thing that you can also do. It's just called like sitting on the floor. So yeah, we can try to do that. And we're gonna make the afternoons just go by really tight. We're gonna try to catch up on some lost time because of the technical difficulties of the food. But we should be all wrapped up, so please try to get back in 3 minutes if you decide to run out or get food. Our volunteers will be setting up food right now. CoCreate team, if you guys can help with that. Jordan and Grace are going to film some content during the lunch break. Anything you want to add, Grace?
I'll be doing some street interviews, so if you want to be in a video where I ask you your salary or how much money you make and your revenue streams, come up to me and it'll go on LinkedIn and probably go viral. Thank you. And see you all at 1:30 p.m.
See you all at 1:30 p.m. Let's go! Woo! And try to sit down when we get back. Woo-hoo!
Give me a CoCreate!
All right. And thank you to all the speakers again. Yes, speakers, y'all should do some, Jordan is going to grab some, like, after speakers that do this stuff. Hey, Jen, you want to be on stage? We're going to get a special performance from one of our coaches, Jen. She's about to do a break dance. It's going to be good.
you send me like an email or message afterwards? Yeah, thank you, appreciate it. Depends when it is. Yeah. Yeah, whatever platform you want. My email's just gracedays0e@gmail.com as well, but all my other stuff. Oh, no worries, that happens to me sometimes too. Yeah. Yeah, I was just wondering. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, just reach out to me. Yeah. Oh yeah, here, give me some food. I don't want to let. Well, maybe I just like I'll eat probably when on the other. Hello, live stream.
Grace needs to eat food, and I'm trying to be a mom to her. Make sure she's eating food, okay?
Wait, there's so many comments. I didn't even see this.
Are they talking about us?
Yeah, they're talking.
What should Grace
Dude,
have for lunch?
they're talking about us. See, this is what
Want a
everything
sandwich?
say.
Are you vegetarian?
I need to charge my laptop.
We're
I
on
just
the
need to make
internet,
sure.
right?
Yeah, they're on the internet. Hi, we will be back soon at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time.
So the crack.
There's like, yeah. Okay, let me just like charge my laptop.
Hi.
Oh no, I'm just charging my laptop.
I got the stand for
Whereas I feel like if you say that, like, right? If you're just like, I'm only about
Goodness. This is live.
And was that the computer that was connected here?
So that would be the computer, right?
Oh, okay.
Oh, are we?
Can I test it out? No, I want to keep it plugged in. We're just going to test out if we can get speaker notes on it. And we're using this laptop for all of it, right? Yeah. You just walk over. Let's see if there's anything here. Yeah. Well, but you can't do the... Oh, there. Okay, but where was the slides?
I think I got it.
So this is Yeah. It will. You can just move it in there. Actually, yeah, let's see the orientation. Let's put it on top. It should just go right up, right? Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works. There you go. It is presentable. Grace, can you open your iMessage to see if you can? Wait, but how about, wait, why are you slides like that? Maybe, you know, just doesn't better. What's better than ours?
This is so perfect.
This is natural. Awesome.
All right, I think I'm ready to figure it out.
Start messaging.
Last screenshot. I was so scared. Yes. We might be a bit better. We might be yeah, so it's definitely 30 minutes. And then this is happening. Have the door now. Yeah, sorry. Are you okay with that?
Because mine's really directly.
Yeah, I heard so do you want to maybe, how about this? Go, hit it off to the keyboard, and then I realize you're on Eric.
Alright, so
After, no, it will be me,
oh, you're gonna go first.
me, the other, because it's really loud, so I'm gonna just basically make it right now. So make it really short, just make it fun.
You got jokes?
I got jokes, so you guys have to head to back. Like, all of you have to go to yeah, exactly. And then I will have Eric go after me. That Eric, and then it's gonna be you, cohort, and then
Awesome.
Alright, let's go.
He's like, very close.
Not enough severance to it's rare that you get sometimes they use it to like signal the market, like a bunch of tech companies just sent me earnings reports last week, and so people who I know who work in some of these companies were like, just to signal to the market what they're doing. So that's
I was also trying to go through the VCs, so I have a list of let's just say the top 50 VCs. So it changes all the time. So let's say it's a breakout. In there has a job search. In there it has a whole job search of what companies they invest in. It's similar to it's a good way.
Okay. Some of the challenges that careers in AT&T are similar to the challenges. I like the idea of just go to market about assets. One of the reasons that's great. How many do you one, two, what is your they were like, yeah, very nice. I really have no idea. It was nice to have you. Thanks for coming and saying hi. Yeah, I'll be there.
Like in a couple weeks, right?
It's this week. It's like Tuesday to Thursday. May 6th.
No, I was thinking about
Config is the big one. So Tuesday. Yeah. So I'll be back around. I'm not doing config. I'm just like going to plays a bunch of stuff. It's like I noticed people were like one session or thank you. Yeah. Talk about agents or live ads. I like that. Of course. Cool. Or like, I'm kind of I think I got it out of time. Yeah. Well, that's fine. I just want to make sure that I show up at the right place at the right time. I am. So 4:50 and be there. Ideally, 4:30. I just show up at 4. Or because I'm trying to get everything. 4. Yeah. Yeah. I will. I mean, I'm going to be here all afternoon, so I will be here. Amazing. Thank you so much. So nice to meet you. You as well. I get asked them, but let's do it for now. For what? It's private. Yeah, for like reviews. No, for your breakout. Oh yeah, I get asked the people. Yeah, that's bad. Someone messed up my slides, so I'm not really sure. There we go. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you're off. You want water? Oh, yes, it's free. Thank you. I'll eat.
good? Hey, great.
Yeah, we're like way over time. So speakers went right now it's a single speaker. Is it on Breakout? Do you link it to the deck? Make sure to comment it. Make sure your team has it commented. So I just like reference it. Oh, yeah, do you have that? It should be sent many times. Yeah, you guys need one here. Yeah, you guys need one like right now. Yeah. So I just send it. Just add it to there. Are you in the chat? I'm on the island. Oh, so you just start off with it. Yeah.
Over with milk it was, right?
Yeah, put it over there.
What sit it over there?
Oh, no.
Lift it out. Okay.
Hi, thank you for coming. So late. Thank you, I appreciate it. So well. Yeah, thanks for coming.
Do you want the long form as well for this? The stationery?
Yeah. Sorry, what?
You want stationery?
Yes.
I don't know. It's not on there. Someone told me on my slides. It's probably not too much. We're kind of like, people keep making slides on another software. I'm just like, telling them the slides. I'm just like, I just wanted to, because I forgot to use this, like, how people can get involved. Yeah.
Just tell people we're going to restart.
Hello, everyone. Oh, that was loud. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We have a couple more talks, and then we will be breaking out into our lovely breakout rooms. You see on the schedule on Luma, we are running about 1 hour behind due to technical difficulties, but we hope you enjoy the extra time you got to mingle. After the breakout rooms, you have time to mingle more as well. During the breakout rooms, feel free to choose to participate in one. Hopefully look around and say hi to learn about all the wonderful sponsors and the tools we have, and say hi to each other, add yourself to the networking sheet. Give you a couple more minutes for people to grab a seat. How is everyone feeling? What are everyone's key takeaways today? How's everyone feeling? Amazing. I have a slide about design buddies because I've been getting a lot of questions about it, and I realized I forgot to introduce myself and introduce design buddies. CoCreate is actually our next evolution of design buddies, and after out here with Long Buddy, I'm going to give it a couple more seconds for folks, our lovely people, just y'all to find a seat. All right. And also, today's May 4th, so May the 4th be with y'all. We hope y'all thrive and thrive in your design careers and found your careers and made lots of money. We have a couple more minutes for people to settle back down. We're also still live, so hello, our buddies on YouTube. Oh, there's still a bunch of people watching us on YouTube. So hi, everyone, we're back. For those of you just tuning in live, we do have a Discord channel. For those of you who are in the room right now, we have a networking sheet where you are encouraged to add people that you resonate with on like LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter. Also, definitely take selfies with your friends you make and post them and tag them on LinkedIn. Also tag me, Design Buddies, CoCreate on Instagram, where we will be sharing some stories soon. All right, I think most people are getting seated. All right, welcome back, everyone. Who here has heard of Design Buddies or is in our community? Raise your hand, make some noise. Amazing, we love y'all. Other buddies here. I'm here with Long Buddy. There's a vast story behind Long Buddy that I might explain later. But Design Buddies is the world's largest design community. CoCreate is our next evolution of Design Buddies. where as we merged with UX Go to trying to help more designers and founders. And Leon will be talking about what we're working on in more detail in his talk next. But I started Design Buddies 5 years ago, April 10th, 2020. I was a former small potato, meaning I felt lost in the sauce of my life. So I made this Discord server, and now we have over 150,000 members who joined. How to get involved? So we have a lot of events. We do design challenges, we do conferences like this, and for house parties, I do world tours, we have workshops. So if you guys are looking for a job, looking for more friends, looking to hire designers, looking to host events or collaborate on fun content and new content as well, feel free to reach out to me. All of the info about Design Buddies is here. Also, my contact information, definitely reach out on LinkedIn, Instagram, whatever platform you prefer, and my email is just grace@designbuddies.community. And I'm still a content creator, so if you guys want to be screen interviewed, I will be interviewing people on money topics, creative discussion sessions. So yeah, without further ado, I'll hand it over to Leon. Just Leon. Leon! Let's make some noise for Leon!
Okay, thanks everyone. So we're gonna try this again, and we still have a lot of talks to do. So I'll quickly just run over sort of the agenda. I know some people were wondering and kept asking us about it. So I'll give a quick talk right now, and then we're gonna have our title sponsor Eric up for his talk. So Eric, I think I see you in the back. So yeah, I'll warm up the stage for a little bit. One thing we'll do. So I want all the team members, volunteers, and everyone to try to do in the back. Is for the rest of the sessions before our breakout, let's just spend 2 to 3 minutes to try to have everyone grab a seat, sit down, at least in the main area. So try everyone to get seated. I'll just spend 2 to 3 minutes to give everyone time. If you're still standing, you see the person next to you still chatting, let's try to move them to a seat, or they can move to the side inside the launch area. So anyone who's in this main session should be focused on stage. So we can minimize all the chatting for the speakers. So I'll give it a few minutes. If you're in the back here, you're part of the CoCreate team, like if you can help everyone get seated and move, that'd be great. So I still see a few folks in front of the hype side, like if you're gonna have that move and get seated, that'd be great. Shauna and Nana, can you help me in the back? Yeah, so just try to get folks seated. All right, if you're in the back, you're still not getting seated, you need to either move inside or you want to get seated or sit on the floor. All right, thank you everyone, thank you. This is working great. This is working a little bit better than I thought. So look at the GIF, try to sit down. Yeah, all right. I will start my slide now. And yeah, I want to plug this again. So if you didn't get the QR code because you were not paying attention yet, this is what Grace shared. So that's what Design Buddies is. It's a free Discord. Yeah, I see the phones. It's great. Okay. Yeah, Sean and Nanda, I know it's going to be a challenge for you guys, but like if you guys can just continue to let people move, sit. I don't want to be the fun police. So if they're having fun, don't be too rude about it. So I'm Leon. I'm one of the founders for CoCreate. Grace is my co-founder. We have our other co-founder managers managing all the logistics in the back. We have a whole team here. I'm going to try to tell a few jokes I told my team. So even if the jokes aren't funny, just try to laugh so that it hypes me up a little bit. This was also one of the jokes, so we're going to do a test one. Prevent the laugh. Woo-hoo! All right. Thank you everyone. So this one's not a joke. This is a little quick intro about me. This is some stuff I've done. My background basically is from big tech, and then moving to full-time entrepreneurship, like a lot of folks ahead of me that I've said. And for those of you who don't know me, I know a lot of you were my students, so it's really exciting to see all my students. I'll give a quick shout out to Elena who flew all the way out to the event. So I'm going to be really excited to keep us in the expert with their design classes. So people assume I'm very extroverted, but I'm actually very introverted, so I'm Grace's introvert counterpart. If you don't know me, you definitely know Grace, so that's Grace. If you don't know either me or Grace, I would be very surprised how you even heard of this guy. So definitely tell me if you don't know either of us. And this is one funny slide I added, so this is supposed to be funny, so we can try laughing at it. So who has seen this meme, the 100 man versus 1 gorilla? Okay. Yeah, I added some filler slides just so people listen back in. But if you were wondering what 100 people look like, we have a little bit over 200 today. So you can kind of gauge. So who thinks 100 man would win over 1 gorilla? Can I get a quick show of hands? Okay, how about 1 gorilla would win? Okay, so the gorilla is slightly favorited. That's very interesting. So I'll cue this back up in the talk later. But if you want to know what 2 gorillas fighting 200 people would look like, you can just take a look around the event. That should give you a feeling. Okay. And then this is also a screenshot I just added, and it was really spontaneous and funny. So this is me telling Shonnery during the speakers in the morning. I'm like, hey, please let people write it down. And then he said he walked around like a gorilla, so it worked for a little bit. So Shonnery tried to keep that up if that doesn't work. Okay, so now we're into the actual content. So I know people already asked this question, but for early career people, we could do a quick show of hands, like who thought that the design job was hard at any point? All right, that's the majority. So yeah, I basically guessed that would happen, and there's a few reasons why, right? So one really cool way, other than just from teaching and like my past experiences, is we're actually building this new gamified AI career tool. If you went to the early access page, you could see all the characters moving and stuff. So you might be like, how is this game like actually supposed to represent, like the job hunting process? So the really cool thing is essentially each island is a real indication of what folks are doing. So you see the majority of people are actually working on applying. And I see a lot of folks in the front row here, hey Grant, didn't notice snuck in. And most folks are stuck at applying. So this is one of the cool tools we're actually building. And I'm actually going to share a little bit to our friends at Bold how we were able to use Bold to build a product like this, right? So very, very unique product. We actually use Bold to kickstart our process. And for all the students, you're probably like, well, what if they're like literally some of the best students at the world's #1 schools, such as like CMU? So this is a very common theme, right? Like when I talk there, people feel the same way, so you're not alone. At this point, if you're early career, just like, okay, this is one of those really depressing talks, where like, damn, like it's real, but it's like, oh, it's very depressing. However, now as a founder and from the hiring side, I want to introduce the twist. Okay. And my slides are minimally designed. Part of it's because a lot of slides are added like last night midnight, but also because that's very good style. So whenever there's a GIF or GIF, that means that's going to be a very climatic slide. So the plot twist is actually it's very hard to hire as well. So you've heard from so many founders and folks here that they're like, we're really trying to hire a designer. So you all must be like, wait, we're all trying to apply. So why is this challenging, right? There's 70 of us trying to apply, and then there's like 10 of you trying to hire. Shouldn't everyone be happy or just be employed after this event? But that doesn't happen. So for most founders, even for our own company at CoCreate, a lot of our roles, not just design, but creative roles, marketing, growth roles, they stay unfilled even after 100+ applicants. So it is actually a problem that both sides are losing here over, right? And that's one of the reasons I'm wearing the hat. So, like it's a real problem. People are losing their career over. And the reason why this happens is because there's something that is mismatched expectations, right? The expectations are mismatched on both sides. So I'm going to try to go over just some really sneak vertical of why this happens, so it's going to be less generic. Also, the gorilla thing has to be really working because this is the most quiet everyone has been. So I really appreciate everyone in the back. So junior designers don't really know what startups need, right? And founders, a lot of times, it just doesn't make sense to elevate junior talent. If you think about the perfect hire a startup can make, it's actually usually a big tech person that got laid off for some really not their fault reasons, such as their whole company got reorged, right? That usually is a perfect hire. And at that point, junior designers will be like, well, how could I ever compete with a senior designer like that? Who has had that feeling that wants to work in a startup, right? I see a few. Oh yeah, I didn't even ask you guys to raise your hands, so like, that was very enthusiastic, yes. So let's break this down really quickly, right? So we need to understand this dynamic from both sides. So from the application side, you're trying to be the most attractive hire possible, right? And from the hiring side, you want to incentivize to somehow find this person you feel like you can't really hire unless you're paying big tech salary. So a personal story time that I'll share for this, there's no clickers, I'm just gonna awkwardly walk back and forth, is how I was able to try to craft myself into this most attractive hire. And the short, like little vignette example I'll use is becoming a big tech design lead at just 23. Some of you here I know are very impressive, like some of the folks in the crowd are like 23 years old, already founding my first like 100 million value company. So to some people it's not as impressive, but to folks in the career sort of matter, I think it's gonna be a great example. So when I was graduating from university, I was actually already getting multiple senior level offers at the tech before actually graduating. So that was my last year as a fifth year. So you might say, what is the secret? It's very simple. The secret is I studied part-time, right? So it took me longer to graduate than most people. And the reason why I did it at the time wasn't for some noble reason. It was just to pay my own college tuition, right? Because it was pretty expensive. And what else do I do with my time? I was a very normal college kid, so there were a lot of parties. That wasn't the reason, of course. The trick was when I was working full-time, I was studying part-time. And how does this translate to what we're talking about today? Well, once COVID hit, right, before I was graduating, I gained this opportunity to really hack the whole working experience, where I was now working full-time at companies like Delia, while working basically full-time as a founding designer at a startup, while of course getting good grades in school to graduate. So this really big takeaway here is the trick to being great at work is doing 5x the work normal people are doing, right? It's just condensed into a shorter period of time. So if you take out the total output, it's actually the same. And then you're like, well, that doesn't answer the question, how did you actually get those jobs before you graduated? So there were two things I'm very good at. The first one is, even though I was introverted, I would prefer to read a book right now, but I can't do that on stage, is I was very good at interviews. And just to give you an example, like in reality, when you're very young before you graduate, even if the work is really good, there's a lot of age discrimination, right? Sometimes people don't even notice that they're doing that. So technically, you're not allowed to do that as a hiring person, but people often ask, right? If we bring you in as a senior designer, you're going to be younger than even our most entry-level designer at Big Tech. Why would anyone listen to you, right? Which is basically almost impossible question to answer. So if you want to know how I answer that, you can definitely chat me up after or send me a LinkedIn message. So other than being good at interviews, you have to land at interviews in the first place, right? So the secret to that is more simple and straightforward. It's getting stuff done. And I'll quantify what getting stuff done is. Getting stuff done is being able to do the 1% of work that other people either don't want to do or don't know how to do. I see a lot of speakers nodding. I think someone earlier talked about doing the most boring work, so this kind of reflects that, right? So sometimes, let's look at an example. So sometimes what I mean by this is, if you think about who here has watched Suits before? So my parents, okay, so you guys get the analogy. So sometimes doing this makes you feel like someone like my boss. So in my case, that's very perfect. I have my wife, and they're like recording the speech too. So if I wasn't as drinking as much as I probably was in college, I'd be as smart or as great as my boss. So his story was essentially he was as good as a lawyer as the best in the world, but he didn't really have his, I guess in the movie, like he wasn't a real lawyer then, he never actually went to Harvard, but he was doing all these cases, he was like essentially taking people's LSATs, and I was learning how to do that 1% in a way very similar, right? It wasn't cheating on anyone's test, but it was at the time a lot of high-profile designers from Google, Meta, and different companies. They didn't know how to do like a micro animation or an interaction design or some sort of really complex nuanced prototype that they vaguely saw in Dribble, and they're like, that looks really cool, could you do it? And after doing one for a friend, doing one for a mentor, the next thing I knew, I'm everyone's secret Fiverr guy. So I was the secret OG Fiverr guy before Fiverr was popular. So I essentially did all these super challenging things all these big tech designers didn't even know how to do. So my portfolio was essentially the same before even finishing college. And then I was doing all these impressive projects. Obviously, I don't want to show any of them because I don't want to rat out any of the people that contact me to do it, but you just take my word for it. So picking off from that, I will summarize 3 points. This is something I came up with last night I'm really proud of. I call it the 3 A's. It doesn't really have to be 3 A's. I just thought it would be a little bit more catchier. So the first A stands for accuracy. Accuracy, let's look at an example. Accuracy means that when you're at a company, and we can use some of my big tech experience as an example, the work you deliver is very fine-tuned. It is usable, right? It doesn't always get shipped. If anyone works at big tech, you know the worst part is work doesn't always get shipped. But it means that you are able to accurately do the work without any other additional help, right? Like people can give you feedback, but it's not needed. And a good, accurate design, a very concrete analogy is it's invisible. So when you're new as an upcoming designer, if you own a project, people shouldn't be able to tell that another person worked on it. So you might be like, that's not a little bit like, right? But that's what you want to aim for if you know you're accurate. The second A stands for acceleration. This is much more startup and founder focused. Acceleration oftentimes is very ambiguous. People say like, well, we just need to go as fast as possible. But deadlines are fake in startups, right? I think every startup founder knows this. The deadline is always we should have done yesterday. So acceleration, in my definition, is not about speed, it's about unblocking, right? So if you're now in this AI-driven world, you should be very good at unblocking yourself using tools like ChatGPT, because you can ask essentially anything. It's 100 times more powerful than what a Google search really is, if you know how to use it. So let's talk a little bit more about navigating speed bumps and assumptions that kill. So if you're at a startup as a founder, this is the one thing you want to avoid. So how can we get talent to do this? So this is the last A, which is adoption, right? Adoption means that you are confident to do anything, right? So in the past, one of the most sort of common phrases a junior designer or any hire often says is, I don't know that. I can't do that. I don't know how. But high performers nowadays as junior designers, what they can say with AI is, I'll figure out by tonight. So let that sink in for a second. Or at least what you can do is, when do you need me to figure this out? Because given enough time, you should be in a position where you think there is nothing I can't do. And that itself is not a skill, that's a mindset you need to adopt into. Now, if you nail all 3 A's, if you really feel like you nailed all 3 A's, you can talk to any founder in the world, you're their dream hire. I can guarantee you, if you can somehow prove all 3 A's, no one will not hire you. Double negative, so they can use it. So you'll get hired. The question they will ask you is how much salary you want. So then the negotiation power is your hands. The founders, let's be honest, you're not going to hire someone who already knows all 3 A's because they will for sure already be working for somewhere, or they're going to be a founder themselves. So most likely what you have to do is you have to build it in them. So now if you listen to this talk a little bit, the question is just, is it worth it? Is it worth your time, right? I wish the answer would be a simple yes, but in reality it's sometimes. Because oftentimes you invest a lot of time and energy in someone, but it might not be worth it. So I want to give an example of, as a founder, how can you try to make it worth it? So a great management tip, and this is something we implement in our team, and something I'm really proud of. So a lot of folks that work with us, a quick shout out to some of the members, they're now moving to build their own startups as founders. If you're sitting in the front row, you know what I'm talking about. So that's a moment I'm very proud of, right? If they're able to take everything I taught them, and now they're like, I'm going to be a top founder myself, and potentially do my own thing. The way I've done this is I let junior designers, or any hire I make, be in charge of actually educating our team. So I'm not teaching them what to do, I give them an instruction on how to teach us. And this could be new tools or workflows. So I'm going to give you a very concrete example on implementing the AI. I'm wearing this co-designed Bold shirt of CoCreate and Bold, but I'm obviously not officially part of the team. But even before they sponsored our event, I was a big fan of Bold. Right? It's very different from most vibe coding tools because it's actually one of the easiest to start with. Right? When you move and have a more complex project, naturally you might move away from it. But if you're starting a project for the first time, it actually is what I told Eric, a gateway drug to coding. Right? So I would let the team try this, which they always said, I cannot code, I'm not technical. Or some of them actually are engineers, and they said, I'm an engineer, but I don't want to code, right? But I would be like, well, just try this, come back, and sometimes it doesn't even work. So what I did was, the problem isn't actually how difficult coding was. It was just a mindset, right? So I would bring them into these calls that were 4 hours long, a huge, I don't want to say waste of my time, but a huge investment of my time. So I would just show them step by step what I would do. I would ask them to follow along. And by the end of it, they do realize, like, oh, this is actually very achievable. And from that, that is how I'm able to invest in my team to all feel comfortable to go from design to code. And I want to give another example, right? So this is something we did as part of our design for software, and it's a sneak peek. When you're investing in someone, you don't want to think about it as how much time I need to give them today and what the trade-off is. I know as founders, we often always feel like, I could have just done that myself. Why am I explaining it to this person for me to redo it, right? So if you're doing that, it means you're investing in the wrong person. So technically that's your fault, not your hire's fault. So if anyone's into games like Pokemon, the way you play the game is you want to get Pokemon with the max best stats, right? You often have to breed them to get the best stats. So you're looking at the max stats, not the stats they have right now. And that's what you should do with your junior hires. So I'm gonna wrap up my talk really quickly, but to all the students here, you need to know you're at a huge advantage because with AI, there are so many kind of boomer designers like me now eventually, which I thought was the most factory designer, but now I unfortunately have become a boomer designer, who still rely on Figma for everything. They don't want to learn another tool. Like we're really like we don't understand how true this is, right? Like we really don't want to learn another tool because we learn like 100 Adobe shortcuts and 20 other design tools that seem to be coming out every year. But if you take that triple A mindset, this is your time to really build anything. And as a founder, I will say, try to incubate the 3 A's, whether you're a hired role in a design team, whether you're a head of design like myself or a co-founder like myself, try to give it a chance to incubate some of the world's best talent. And I want to end this talk by just shouting out a lot of my mentors who unfortunately can't be here with me today, but everyone needed a mentor, everyone needs someone to incubate them. So I encourage everyone to reflect how we can create a world where we can incubate the world's best design talent together. With that said, I'll welcome our superstar for today, our friend and title sponsor, Eric from Bold.new to the stage. And hopefully this talk flows really well into how you could implement Bold in your workflow as well. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. Oh, sorry, that was very loud. All right. How's everyone doing?
Vibing and thriving.
I like it. It's vibing and thriving. Well, I'm really excited to be here. Just as a show of hands, how many folks here have used Bold.new? Like tried it out? Okay. All right. A couple. At least a handful. So for those who are not familiar with Bold.new, by the way, effectively it's a text-to-app tool. So it's like think ChatGPT if it had like a dev environment built into it, so you can tell it to build a website or an app. That's Bold. So you go in, type in your idea, hit enter, it'll generate a beautiful looking website or app that's actually functional you can prototype off of. If you want to see a demo, by the way, so we got a little booth over there, we got some laptops, Mallory and Brian from the team are here, so come on over after. So we launched this back in October. And when we launched Bold, we actually thought it was going to be a tool that like developers were going to use. Like we, to date, the kind of our company Stackblitz, which made Bold, we have been a developer kind of oriented company. When we launched Bold, within like a couple of weeks, we had, I kind of imagine it's like 100,000 people, a week that were using the thing. And most of them were not developers. Most of them were actually designers and PMs. And which blew our mind. And so since then we've learned a lot. We've chatted with folks that have been using Bold, has been growing like a weed. It's pretty clear we're entering a different era where prior to maybe if you go back a year ago, the primary way in which designers would express their ideas onto a canvas was by effectively making kind of static mock-ups and that sort of thing. But now with the advent of kind of frontier AI agents like Bolt, now you can actually make real function apps, right? And that's a pretty big deal because there's been, kind of some key problems with having designers be disjointed from the actual output, ultimately, right, of the experiences they're trying to envision. And, for the first time, designers being able to actually have their ideas be implemented by themselves and not through the fingertips of the developer is a pretty big deal for a couple of reasons. One, it's really slow to actually write software. It takes a super long time. We know this from the handoff process. It can take days to weeks to months, depending on the complexity of such a thing. And of course, having that break, the hard context switch between designers and developers, there's a lot of lostness in that, right? Designers have the best, and designers and PMs tend to have the best vision for how that product experience should look, feel, and taste. But they're not the ones that are actually implementing code, right? So that leads to a non-full fidelity of the experience and the actual app, right? And so, again, this is where Bolt kicks in, is for the first time ever, through your own fingertips, you can bring your vision of your product experience fully to life. And so there's a couple of different ways you can use Bolt. Initially, when we launched, you would just go to the text box, you would tell it what you want, etc. When we saw a lot of design folks using Bolt, we invested in actually making a direct integration with Figma. Because again, if you're designing things, you want to have very precise control over every last pixel. Figma is perhaps one of the best tools in the world for doing so. To kind of show you, we made a pretty sweet little integration. I'll show you the video here. In Figma.com, if you click on a frame and then put Bold.new in front of the URL and hit enter, it'll actually suck in that Figma document frame, split it apart into code, and actually turn it into a full stack app. And then from there, you can actually, just play it again so you can get the full loop again. But anyways, so from there you can actually start prompting it. And you can actually tell it to actually add in functionality. So you're not looking at a static, mock-up, and you're not even looking at just like a clickable prototype. This is like the output of this is real software. It's a real web app. It's a real mobile app. So when you think about like a product development process, you want to give, if you're going to try and validate a concept, for new app or whatever have you, you want to get the most realistic thing in the end user's hands to test it out with. And nothing beats real software. It's just normally that would have taken a heck of a lot longer than 10 seconds or whatever the clip was to make that happen, right? Let me go to the next slide. Anyways, that's like kind of a key relevant integration here, like how you can actually take the work you're doing today in Figma, bring it into Bolt. What we see a lot of people doing is laying out the design system components in Figma, maybe laying out a couple of general pages, and then they're pulling that into Bolt for the prototype, right? Where they actually go and glue it all together, add the functionality, etc., and getting that in the hands of folks to validate, whether this is a great experience and how you do it. Right? Just to show a couple of like examples of things that folks have been making with Bolt. These actually were just prompted. We released an update a week or two ago that made the agent really good at just zero-shotting designs. These are just random folks. Some are designers, some are just engineers with good design taste. Some are people that just zero-shotted a thing and have no experience with design. But to kind of give you an idea, it's like sometimes it's really useful to just lay out a couple of requirements and pop them in and actually get something back that can inspire you. It's not just a static design, it's actually got real functionality to it. There's animations, there's just the small details, right, of making a great looking application experience. So again, very fully fledged, this is real apps that we can build. And the kind of the cool thing about Bolt is it's not just a tool for prototyping. We've actually wired this thing up to be able to deploy to production environments. Like out of the box, you can click to deploy it to Netlify or Vercel or whatever have you. I actually did a live stream like a week ago, or 2 weeks ago maybe, where we had this integration with Stripe, and just from like the homepage of Bolt, no existing app, I started at like a course selling website, and I did 5 minutes and that, right? This is nuts what I'm about to say. If anyone's ever tried to like set up billing, like a Stripe billing thing, no app to app with Stripe implemented where you can put in your credit card, buy a thing, and receive a video, like where it's completely owned by you. 5 minutes, and it's insane. Going to the next slide here. So this has been pretty popular, since we launched this thing since October. We're about to cross like 5 million people that have registered users on Bolt. And so just so this is, again, the bulk of the adoption we're seeing is from folks that have never been able to code before and actually implement their ideas. It's completely unlocked a whole new dimension, right, of people that can actually build amazing products out of it. That's the end. And so what I want to encourage you all to do is take a look at Bold and just kind of push it to its limits, and because I think that this is a very exciting time in history where folks that have visions for great experiences in digital products can have an unbelievable amount of leverage. And so we're really interested to hear feedback from folks that are having experience and background in design, that love this stuff and are very curious to see how we can make the experience better for all of you that are using it. So that all said, thank you all for coming. We have a couple of things we're doing this week actually. So we're going to be at Figma Config. We have a booth main floor, so we'd love to see you there. You can kind of collect them all. We have a booth there as well, so you can see us here, see us there. We're also throwing a after party on Wednesday with one of our investors, the Chainsmokers. Actually, so they're going to be doing a concert with us across the street from Figma. It sounds really weird. They're super smart folks, and they're very prolific investors in tech. And so they're really great folks. They actually really like it. I'm not joking that way. They actually really like it when people come up and dance on the stage during their shows. So if you got a thing for dancing, I do. Come join me up on stage there. That's going to be on Wednesday from 7 to 11, just like a block over from us. So, anyways, we got a lot of fun stuff going on this week, and so come find us back at the booth. We'd love to chat with you, show you a demo, and answer any questions you have, and hear your feedback. So, thank you.
Awesome, thanks so much, Eric. I will definitely see you all at the Bolt events this week as well, so hope to come by. Excited to vibe into new designs with y'all as well. Bolt into new products with y'all. So up next, we're changing our schedule a tiny bit because some of our wonderful students flew in to present to you their demos that they've been working really hard for the last 10 weeks to today. So for the first team, we have Soulside, and Johnny, their wonderful coach, who's also speaking here after, will also introduce them as well, but I'm going to cue up the Figma slides really quick as Johnny makes the introduction.
Oh, you'll go first.
Yeah, go.
Oh, okay. No, Johnny will go.
Go introduce everything.
He's wonderful talking for them.
And then after
I just want to make sure. Okay. Yes.
Got it.
All right, so I'm a UX coach here at CoCreate. So the students are here, and I'm Johnny. And so I'm going to start this off. If dogs could wear pants, just imagine for a second, how would that look like? Okay, just think about it. All right, would it look like this? Or would it look like this? The second one? Yeah. So there's no right answers here, or maybe you can argue that there is a right answer. So on a more serious note, this is another one that I've seen. So imagine that a building came to you and say that they have an elevator, the wait time is too long, that's a problem. And they hired you to figure out this problem. How do you reduce that wait time? How do you help people feel like the elevators go faster? So think about that for a moment and what kind of solutions you can come up with. Okay. Anybody kind of thought about it a little bit? So who here thought about you can add in a second elevator? You don't have to raise your hands. Okay. So that's one solution, and it may cost $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. But if you go from a human-centered perspective, you might be looking at it and think about, why is it that the elevator wait time takes so long? Maybe it's because people are bored while they're waiting for the elevator. So what if you can just distract them for a moment while it's going on? So maybe you can add a mirror, maybe you can add a TV screen, Together it may cost like $2,000, $1,000. And that may also distract people just to make that wait time be a little bit shorter too. So both of these are just essentially some short tales of some ambiguity. You might not have the real correct answer either way, but it's your perspective that really kind of shapes the outcome. Cool. So a little bit about me. I've had about a little bit more than 8 years of experience. Previous work at Meta, Google, broad design, and work with Alexa and all that stuff, but I'm not really here to talk about this. I'm here to talk about how did I get here from 10 years ago. I was just graduated from university in December, and I was a liberal arts major. I studied international relations. And as anybody with a liberal arts degree that coming out of college that did not want to work in liberal arts, it's extremely difficult to find a job. I did not want to work in the government because I found out that the government was like the graveyard of efficacy. So I was looking for anything I could get my hands on. The only thing I wanted was to be able to work in a building with exposed brick and large windows. If I could have that, I think, okay, I made it. So to get here, how do I get here from this? This is Champaign, Illinois. It looks like this where I grew up. So one day, this is after college, I was wandering around on the campus, just trying to study some stuff. I was trying to learn how to code too, and I happened to run into a college buddy of mine. Turned out he started a boot camp, a design boot camp. And it looked like this. I knew I was kind of design curious because I ran some student clubs in college, and one of my buddies designed a t-shirt that I thought looked really ugly, but I couldn't do better. So I knew that I was sensitive to design. I was curious about it. I was opinionated about it, but I just couldn't do anything about it. So I talked to my mother. I was like, hey mom, there's this design boot camp I can go to. I think it's gonna get me a job. And like any Asian mother, the first question she asked was, well, you know, do you get a master's degree out of this? Like, what is it, right? And I told her, no, my buddy founded this. And my mother, her reaction, I remember, was, this is definitely a scam. But I was able to convince her to go through with it. And in the design boot camp, I bet everybody's seen this, right? This is one of the things that they taught us, drill it into our heads. A Stanford B School, design process. And then also, has anybody read this book before? Design Sprint? Yeah. So by Google Ventures, we also read this book, How Do You Go From, you know, this is one of the charts that everybody's ever seen too. The double diamonds. From there, basically after the boot camp, I was like, I'm ready to do this. And I started working at this consultancy called Keynote. We build a lot of different digital products across lots of different industries, like food industry, fintech apps, real estate, all these kind of stuff. But there was one thing in common that I felt when I was building across these, like none of these companies had any good design process. Like it always just felt like go in there, they're like, all right, we need to come up with a screen and air screen. All right, go do it. Like, okay, but who are the users? Dude, just go do it, right? We just need to ship this the next day. So I felt like, okay, maybe it's because it's in the Midwest, these are traditional industries, they just don't respect design the way they do. So I was looking for something where I was looking for the proper way to do it. And where do you go? So, you know, first of all, it felt like it was just utter mess, right? Design was supposed to be a beautiful process of double diamond, but it turned out to be like this. And I was convinced that designers are pretty much just this, but fueled by coffee and fear of deadlines. And so the next place I went to was like, okay, maybe Google would be the right place that you can actually see a proper design process. I mean, at the end of the day, look at this. It's super simple. Some designer got paid to do this. And I was there looking for a Google way. The right way to execute this design process. And this is literally a slide from the design methods that Google publishes, right? You can see all these things in this. Understand, define, sketch, decide. There are all these things that you should be able to do. So over there, we did run some of these workshops, and we ran through multiple projects. And I was expecting to be able to go through all the motions, and all these things I've actually learned about we can actually execute. But in reality, it looked a lot more like this. Yeah, you might have some lightning talks, but you never got to talk to the users. You might do some affinity mapping between you and the PM and maybe one engineer, but that's the best you get, right? You definitely define that success metrics. That's super important. You may do some sketches, and you have to present. But at the end of the day, you might run some usability tests, you may not. You definitely have those stakeholder reviews, you definitely have those technical reviews, but you don't really go through that complete design process. It still kind of felt like this, except I think we do have a lot more snaps that does help you get through this, fuel the late nights. So something that I learned, actually at Google, when they say the Google way, is really this, functioning under ambiguity. Because at the end of the day, you will never have that perfect design process when you have everything. So something I learned is really do have faith in yourself. Is that the unique perspective that came from with it, international relations, with all these different industry that I've worked with through the agency, it does shape me a certain way of thinking about it. And at first I didn't feel so confident. A lot of people came from design schools, a lot of people have a master's degree. But at the end of the day, they really just wanted to hear what I had to say. And that's actually what they hired me for. But that was a lesson that I had to learn throughout all these times at Google that I didn't feel like maybe I shouldn't say something because this guy's a PhD. That lady wrote a book on UX research. It's probably not my place to say something about it. And really, what I learned is that design really is just a toolbox. And at the end of the day, it's a set of a collection of methods, principles, and tools that helps you to leverage these tools for the right problem and for the right constraints, right? Design process, it really should be adaptable, it really should be flexible, it's fluid. At the end of the day, you're adapting to any kind of given constraints that you may have on the project. Initially coming in, I was thinking about the constraints would probably just be the technical constraints. What's not technically feasible because engineers can't do it. But at the end of the day, a lot of times that process is part of the constraints that it's baked into the product as well. So, design is a toolbox. That's something that I really learned at Google. And the next part that I want to highlight, something I learned quite well, is a few years later, I was interviewing at Meta, and Meta is notorious for having some of the most rigorous, hardest interviews. And I remember going through this, they kind of give you some of the prompts early on, and one of them was a app critique. So I prepped for an app critique for a while, and you have to pick an app and go through a critique with the designers there. So this is Uber. I spent a few days going through Uber, knowing like everything in and out about Uber. I was ready to talk about what I think about it, what I think works, what doesn't. And I felt super confident going into the interview. And then when the interview actually happened, by the time the app critique came, both me and the designers were going on our phone looking for Uber, and for a moment we couldn't find it. By the time we found it, we both stared for a while because Uber actually just went through a major app redesign that day. So really, the morning what I saw was very different from what actually turned out to be what I was going to be critiquing about. Yeah, for a moment I was like, oh shoot, like it's not good. But I think what some magic happened there was, instead of thinking of it as an app critique, we actually kind of looked at each other, and in a way I invited him in, like, well, let's take a crack at this together, just as designers, right? You don't think about this as an interview. It's just two designers looking at this new thing, and we're both, oh, interesting, they did this, weird. They started putting some ads in Uber. What does that mean? And they started expanding out these different services. Maybe Uber is expanding that idea beyond just putting riders from point A to point B, but it's moving any item from point A to point B. So the two of us took a crack at it together, and I remember it being a lot of fun. I still remember this designer, later on we worked together. One of the lessons I learned from here is that good design comes from a state of play, right? When you're at a state of play, you're most yourself. And that's when these unique perspectives and all these best ideas come out. And so I try to bring these same principles into my cohort when I teach them. And a couple things that I want to make sure that the core working with is that embracing that ambiguity. We walk through a lot of these projects that we may not know exactly what we're supposed to do, but we can figure it out, right? And then two is trust your instincts. I think everybody in here that came here, you all have a unique background. You all actually all bring some very unique perspectives. When we put those all together, some magic happens and the result is amazing. And lastly is just remember to have a little of fun while you're going through this, because again, good design comes from the state of play. And with that said, I do have a photo of our cohort. It looks like we're having a lot of fun. And I would love to show you guys the demos that they have, that they've been working on so hard for the last 10 weeks. But before we go into that, we're going to invite some of the founders and all the coaches that's present right now, because some of these guys need to go, so we'll take a quick break. Cool. Thank you very much.
We have all the founders and coaches from all the corporate teams come up on stage. You can come up on that side, or if you're athletic, you can jump on. And let's just line up really quickly. I'll take the mic. Let's just start out a little bit. Great timing. Let's stand over. Yeah, just spread out. Yeah, coaches, try to stand next to your founder. So there's a lot, so we'll just try to squeeze in. I'll quickly explain what this cohort thing is. I know some of you are like applying or interviewing for cohort 20 right now. Essentially, like what John said, it's an opportunity where a big tech coach gets partnered with a very competitive top startup from SF. They work on this real project for 10 weeks. Sometimes the founders use it for fundraising, sometimes the founders just build it, sometimes it might be a nearest product. You'll see all the demos in just a bit, but before we go into the demos, I just wanted a time for all the coaches and founders to really quickly introduce themselves. And I want every coach and founding committee to say one of their favorite moments teaching the students or working with the students. Johnny, I guess we'll start with you.
Sure. I'm Johnny, I'm the UX coach here at UXCo. Some of my favorite moments with these folks, you know what, I gotta say, we did have a lot of brainstorming sessions that just happens ad hoc. And I really love those. It's just suddenly agendas pop up, anybody can drop in. And usually what happens when I hop in is that all these folks are just bantering about random things. And as soon as I show up, like, all right, let's talk about design. But I think what that means is they really do have a very close bond with each other. Like it really did foster this camaraderie. So I really love that.
Hello everyone, my name is Grant, and I am the founder and CEO of Monet, which you will learn a little bit more about, kind of a fringe experimental project that we did with the UXO team. Excited to see this come to fruition in the near future. And I actually am not a designer myself, but I did study design way back in my university days, so it was really fun just kind of having like a critique kind of session every week and being able to give my thoughts and share some of my kind of founder and product and growth knowledge with the designers and kind of imparting the other dimensions of design, which is not just like making it look nice and making it functional, but like thinking how does it actually fit into building a successful business. And I think that they all like really picked up on that very well. So.
Thank you, Grant. And I heard you're trying to bring on one of the team members, like potentially part-time after the project. Did you feel like they exceeded your expectations? What were your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of an unplanned, impromptu thing, but super ecstatic with how it went, and we're definitely doing it. So.
All right, give it up for Grant.
Hi everyone, my name is Amy, and I was the UXO coach for Grant's team, Monet. And I think just a really rewarding part about working with the students is they all come from different backgrounds, but you know, when it's their turn to be a leader, they always step up, and you know, like I see the improvement that happens through the 10 weeks, and it's just really rewarding. And we have the best founder and the best team. Woo! Go
Hey everyone, so I'm Jisoo. I'm the co-founder and CEO of BeFridge. At BeFridge, we're building something to make knowledge fun and simple. And this idea actually comes from my personal experience when I studied at Columbia universities, where I always prefer the online class rather than in-person class. And the reason is because online I can always speed up to 2 times, and I can consume the way I want. So in the world of AI, we really fascinated to build something to help people to consume knowledge in the way they want. And we start from taboo into engaging podcasts. And over the last 3 months we have launched, and we have grown really fast. We have reached more than 40,000 more active users, also because of the contribution from students. And in terms of more favorite moments that we have when we collaborate together with students, I think it's about this interview. They're not just interview our existing users, they also try to interview the users of our competitors, and also some competitors know our product because of this interview. So I truly enjoy this experience.
Hi everyone, co-founder of BeFridge, and I'm actually doing those parts
And over the past few months, we had the chance to work with the UXO team, and we are super impressed by your very creative new perspective they bring to us and help us to make the learning experience very personal and engaging. And also very impressed by their very professional presentation every week, and it feels like working with a product team very professionally. And thanks again for the UXO.
Thank you, thank you. I'll just be really quick. So my name is Jackie. I'm currently a UX designer at Amazon Alexa Plus. And yeah, I'm one of the co-coaches for the Create team. And one of my most favorite memories about this whole cohort in general is my team navigating through ambiguity, helping the team basically do research and everything like that. And just see the whole team members grow throughout the whole 10 week is just an amazing experience.
Hi, I'm Song. Hi, I'm Song. I'm one of the founders of Build IRL. And it's in the name where everybody is rushing towards how do we build AI in the world of humans. We really want to design a world for humans in the world of AI. So it's in our name. We have social clubs, build in-person communities. And working with UXO has been extraordinary. When we started, we are the best team, you'll see. But when we started, I really did not know what to expect, and they've surpassed expectations. Every week, I had no idea how do they get so much work done in a week, and every time the presentation was incredible. The first presentation they did, they came up with, in second, they came up with the insights, user insights, by talking to 10, 20 people who were parts of this club. And kid you not, all of them were the core insights. We had been gathering for almost 8 years. So I've been very impressed. And of course, they are a fun team. We've had IRL things together. They show up at our events. It's been super fun. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm the coach for Delia this time. I'm currently a product designer at Microsoft working on an AI product, and it's really refreshing to work with a product that's like trying to be more human-centric, not AI. Sam and her team has been the most fun to work with. They're always present, and there's in-person events which some of us have actually gone to support and talk to the members in the company, so that was really fun. And shout out to my student, Rachel and Julia here representing the team, and they've been working really hard for presentation.
All right, so give a huge round of applause for everyone. If you're trying to be an entrepreneur or a founder, these are all really successful, high-profile, I would say, personal mentors or inspirations to me as well. So definitely reach out to them after if you can catch them. They're all very busy, so if you can catch them, you can get some advice on them on how to be a founder too. So without further ado, I want to welcome Bill IRL team, Rachel, and Julia to the stage. And we'll see which team actually was the best team. So let's see what they did in 10 weeks. All right.
All right, give it up.
All right, good afternoon, guys. We are Team Build IRL. My name is Julia. I'm here with Rachel today. And although they couldn't be here with us today, I want to introduce the rest of our amazing teammates who have worked tirelessly over the past 2 weeks. A special shout out to our coach, Jennifer, for guiding us every step of the way and being such a supportive mentor. So what exactly is Build IRL? Build IRL is a platform designed to empower club builders with the right tools and the right people to bring in-person communities to life. From clubs like SF Poker Club to Boat Buddies, the Build IRL is redefining how communities are built by preventing builder burnout by building clubs with members, where they pitch in with dues, time, skills, whatever. And of course, none of this would be possible without the incredible founders behind Build IRL. And of course, their work as well. So Build IRL is grounded in 3 core values, with the first one being sustainability, to prevent burnout and help builders create long-lasting communities. 2, connection, to foster genuine relationships through real-world interactions. And 3, fun, to build vibrant, engaging club experiences for both builders and members. Our team was tasked with helping define key user flows needed for an MVP and develop features that activate Build IRL's value proposition. More specifically, we needed to normalize and celebrate the act of joining clubs, make it easy for builders to ask for monetary contributions, enable seamless personalization and club creation, and most importantly, help find the right members. So while Build IRL doesn't have direct competitors, we explored adjacent platforms in the event and club spaces like Particle and Sweatpals to identify opportunities. From this analysis, we focused on 2 standout features, which were the influencer design, visual customization, and payment. We then mapped these platforms in a competitor matrix to evaluate engagement and whether they prioritize members or managers. We also analyzed existing user insights and what we already knew about our builders. They were overwhelmed, burnt out, and eager for a better solution. To go deeper, we conducted extensive interviews with club builders from various communities. Here's a glimpse of what they shared. And these insights helped shape our understanding of the builder experience, and from this, we were able to create our user archetypes. And through our synthesis, we identified several key pain points. Builders struggled with fragmented tools, builder burnout, difficulty with discoverability, and culture fit and retention. So based on our research, we created the following how might we statements. How might we address builder burnout? How might we increase commitment and member retention? And how might we keep it fun? And I'll hand it over to Rachel to expand on our designs and our design process.
All right, thank you so much, Julia. So yeah, I'm gonna go through getting into the nitty-gritty of the designs. So we actually did start on paper, and we did a lot of our iterations and first ideating on paper, which was really fun, but then quickly we moved into mid-fidelity, which is where we really went through a lot of our ideas. This one you'll see in some of our high fidelity designs where we were really thinking through thoughtfully how we can build in the idea of member dues and contributions. And then we also were considering desktop view as we built, although you'll see most of our designs were mobile forward. And then here you'll see where we started to dive into some of our core flows. So we really focused on building for the builder and creating that ease for them while also keeping in mind what that experience would ultimately look like for the joiners. At this point, we were handed a brand guideline from the Build IRL team, which was really awesome. So we used their color palettes and shapes and brand voice to help guide our product direction. All right, so from here, we focused on 2 key user flows, and we, like I said, focused on designing for the builder. So I'm a builder building a club, or as a joiner, I'm a joiner looking for a club to join. So starting with building a flow, we really focused on building an experience that was really intuitive, clear, while also giving our builders multiple ways that they can move through that process. So building from scratch, using AI, or importing directly from their social media. So this goes into a little bit more detail about that flow. Every single detail in this process was thoughtful, including things like gifts, which helped infuse the product with magic and fun and kept it personalized. Also really important to the building process was creating a framework within the application for explaining and making member dues feel normal and natural and not like an uncomfortable conversation. And then here you'll see that once the builder went through all those necessary steps to launch their club page, they were actually given the option to run through some different vibes to find one that really fit what they were going for with their club. So moving on to the joiner experience, we worked to really translate that administrative part of the builder flow into the joiner experience so that they were seeing all those things in a very straightforward, intuitive way. We translated the club application so that it would actually match the visual design of that club page. And we also built in a Stripe integration to again make that portion of collecting member dues feel a little bit more natural and follow the storytelling aspect that the builders had built in. So here's a few more screens from that joiner flow just to show what this would look like from the joiner perspective. And then also we wanted to point out that in the case that a joiner maybe wasn't ready to go through that application process, we introduced a novel feature so that joiners have the chance to actually chat with and meet a member before deciding to apply so that they can get a little bit of face time that way. So ultimately, working with Build IRL was a great experience for our whole team. It gave us the chance to, like our coach and our founder mentioned, to work in person together, which was really awesome. And we just saw Build IRL do their joiner week and launch their MVP, which was really, really exciting. So thank you so much for listening to our quick presentation. We really appreciate it. If you have any further questions, these are links to both Julie and I's LinkedIn, so feel free to connect with us. And we're so happy to be here today. Thank you.
All right. Well, welcome our next team. So we'll have team, y'all ready? You guys introduce yourselves. We'll have the next team set up the presentation. Thank you everyone for paying attention and be so respectful in the back as well.
Let's give it up for next team.
Hello, everyone. We want to quickly thank everyone for being here today. So this is our team. I'm Michelle, and this is Rachel, and then Paul. And we also have 2 other members who weren't able to join us today, Viva and Keynote. But we're super excited to share the work we've been doing over the past 10 weeks with B3 to help further innovate and advance the AI reading platform. So a Microsoft study found that people just lose focus just after 8 seconds, and that's shorter than the memory of a goldfish. In this era of information overload, AI helps us by automating tasks to deliver only the essentials to us. This is exactly what B3 does, using AI to turn nonfiction books into smart and personalized learning journeys, making knowledge more digestible and accessible than ever. Instead of spending hours reading, users can quickly grasp key insights and retain more with smart summary styles and an AI chatbot. So even though this product already has 40K users, actually it's 20K, but it actually increased to 40K recently, the founders felt that something was missing. And so this is a quote that Jisong told us on our first client kickoff meeting. The content on the platform is not engaging enough and hard to consume. Users want more content packaged in a more engaging way.
So with that in mind, we start our product auditing and competitor analyze because we truly want to understand the product and also what's the product space we are facing. And since the founder really want to, getting more new recurring users, so we conduct a user interview and based on this demographic, and then we craft our user personas and gather more user insight and also identify their key pain points so we could know how we could solve their problems. So our research reviews 3 key user insight and also core opportunities. So which led us to our design vision. How might we effectively summarize, curate, and present information in a way that truly saves the time, while we still ensuring the quality of learning? So from there on, we start our ideating. We drafting our storyboard. We do a lot of crazy and also have a lot of team ideation sessions. And those really help us to identify the final direction of our works. And we also explore our North Star plan for B3. So we really want to enhance the reading with AI. So we want to make the reading really in-depth to keep the quality. And also there should be like key concept for users, so they can truly like apply the learning in their real life. And then there are also like the AI assistants that support learning through the whole journey. And last, we really want make this journey playful and intuitive. So here we go. There's a small peek of the Be Free.
10 weeks. Free breakthroughs. Introducing Be Free. Really effortless. Learning got smarter with Swipe AI. Mind map galaxy, books as planets, discovery as adventure. This isn't just learning. This is Be Free.
Thank you, everyone. So we ended up with design 3 key features. So the first being the redesign of book detail pages. By adding more content of the book itself, like the chapter overview, and also we create a space for users to explore more AI-curated recommendations. So we really want to make the book really digestible and also discoverable.
From the PDP page, the user is able to go into our next feature that we created, which is completely novel, that we call the mind map. And the mind map lets the user explore a whole universe of books in a very playful and immersive way. So basically how it works is books are organized within galaxies, aka categories, and the user is able to zoom in and out of them very easily using simple gestures. Since this feature is a little hard to stand from the beginning, we want to make sure that our users feel right at home from the start. That's why we included a quick intro guide that explains what the mind map does, how it works, and how to get the most out of it, making for a very seamless experience. As I already mentioned, books are organized in galaxies that the user can move into and out of. And within those galaxies, books are organized in solar systems. And how that works is they're clustered by user behavior, so what people are reading, but also by closest to topic. So basically, the goal of this feature was to make a book discovery as exciting as a journey through space. Basically, making finding your next read as thrilling as charting for the star system. Whenever you come across a book that you're really interested in, you're able to tap on it, and it will open up a quick description, as you can see here, that we call a quick glance. That is AI generated, and from here, the user has 2 options. Either they can save the book for later in their reading list, or they can start reading it right there and then and choose the reading mode.
And then lastly, we have our Swipe AI feature, which basically allows users to explore deeper into different key terms and concepts as they read. So when keywords are toggled on, you'll be able to see clickable words, and then you can click on them to dive deeper or to engage directly with the AI-powered chatbot or an in-platform for any in-platform questions and further exploration. And then within Swipe AI, we also have this key concepts feature, which essentially transforms key concepts from the book into a sort of a smart notes experience, offering curated examples, thought-provoking questions, and relevant quotes for each core idea.
All in all, we can say that we had an amazing time working together with Be Free. Especially shout out to Jisoo, who's here in the first row. We're also proud to say that we're found over 20 plus user insights. We're very valuable for the company. We created over 40 plus polished mockups, and we finalized 3 features that are scalable and have great long-term potential. We managed to do so over 3 different time zones. That is India, the West Coast, and South Korea, which was oftentimes not so easy to organize. But I think it's safe to say that over this time, we really grew as designers and collaborators and also really close friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Be Free. Well done, amazing. You can walk out this way. All right, we have 2 more teams. We'll have Grant and Amy's team come up. Is the slide on? All right, we'll give the stage some.
Give up for Alex.
Hi everyone. Let's just figure something out real quick. Thank you for your patience, guys. Hi everyone, my name is Max. This is Corey and Celine. We have also Priscilla and Joyce. They're not with us today, they're watching online, but without them this product would not be the same. So we want to talk about a little bit about the problem that we had, the context, the research, demos, show some user feedback and the impact. We're going to start with our problem. You know those products that solve a problem you did not know you have until those problems are solved? This is the kind of problem we're going to be talking about today. This is you. It's probably 2 o'clock in the morning and you should be a responsible adult, but you're scrolling on TikTok. You're trying to find maybe a good spot to go over the weekend. What do you typically do? You go on TikTok, you find this spot, maybe you click save and add it to your saved collections, or maybe you're the crazy one and you take a screenshot. Now there's a weekend and you try to go and find one of those places and you go to your collections and it's a mess. Try to find the location that you want to go to. It's hard. Maybe it's in your screenshots, but there's no way you're gonna find it. It's buried in 37 pictures of your dog, and you're not gonna find it because look at this. You will get distracted. The truth is, saving and finding locations across multiple platforms is hard, is disorganized, and it's overwhelming. Let me tell you a little bit about the context when we started. When Grant reached out to us, having experienced the creators economy, he wanted to build a new product. We liked it. We were excited. There was an opportunity to build a map-based product that would let creators on social media create and monetize their recommendations, while also giving consumers the ability to create and share their own personalized maps. We were down for this. We knew two things. We knew that our target audiences was creators and consumers, but the rest was pretty ambiguous. Some of the questions we had before we got started was, is this going to be a mobile app? Is it going to be a website? Or is it going to be a browser extension? Is there a real market for this? What are the limitations or strategies about monetizing this app? What some of the technical constraints around map-based product, such as SDKs, APIs, platform limitations? Should we use AI? And if yes, how should we use it in a way strategic? And there's also no branding, no existing user base, and no existing data. But this is where we came in as designers. Our job was to create a momentum, create clarity around what this product is, and design an MVP.
So our first step was speaking to the problem. We conduct or compare the audio for 20 competitors and run 12 user interview and launch a survey to validate finding with supporter audiences in order to have a more comprehensive understanding of our market, our overall customer. So all in all, we have nearly 13 points of data. So here's what we found. We found the data is overwhelming. We decided to cancel the project. No. That's not what we're gonna do. We are moaning. We never give up. So attention. Here's what we found. Most consumers prefer to find new places on social media, in Google, but they have a hard time with revisiting them because everything is scattered across different platforms. And for most creators struggle to visualize a recommendation because building custom map is time consuming and with hundreds of blog posts and thousands of locations to manage. So we was like, this customer is so noisy, so many requirements. What about customers? We have everything. So these kind of info needs to outside a big transformation from what feature to review and what problem we are solving. So the most important thing for me, we realized Monet need to seamlessly complement the discovery experiences by making migration and organization easier.
Okay. So how does that actually work? Let's look at a few examples how Monet fits into users' everyday habits, both for creators and consumers. So let's start with the saving locations from TikTok. Here's the common moment you are scrolling your TikTok and see a creator recommending a cool barbecue restaurant in Paris. And you want to remember that place for your upcoming trip. Instead of not copy and pasting all the information and interrupting your social media experience, with Monet, you can just simply copy it, you can simply share that with Monet app. So behind the scenes, we extract all the mentioned locations and using AI and match them to real world places. So you can save it instantly, no typing, no searching, just click and done. Sorry. So for migration for creators, the biggest friction was turning their existing content, like blogs, into a personal map. So here's the example from travel blogger. We partnered with Stay Close Travel Farm. So they already had a blog post listing their favorite hotels in Santorini, Greece, but it would be time consuming migrate all locations and its affiliate links to a map. So we do it for them. Paste the blog's link into Monet and it will also generate a creative map in seconds. So as you can see here. And also, the map can even be embedded to their website. So, yeah. So after you migrate all your favorite locations, you of course want to organize them in a way that makes sense to you. But most of the social medias, they are so cluttered and they don't have context, they're so messy. So you cannot organize them by name, by trip, or collaborate with friends in a meaningful way. So with Monet, you can name, organize locations in a way that it makes sense to you. Like perfect place to take your mom, and like other collections, you can see the personalized collections. And you can also You can also create your custom locations that are not on Google Map. For example, graffiti places in New York City, and you can save it like in New York City art collection. And you can also have reserve button, and with this button you reserve button to location, and it's linked to a creator's affiliate link. So when someone books through this button, the creator is earning money. So we empower users by putting the power of organization back in their hands. So for user feedback, we tested those demos with 10 users, and we got very positive feedbacks, like,
wow.
Most of the users, they like the product. They said like, when can we start using this? They immediately asked this question. And also like, this is like, they also said that this is something we always needed. So here is like, that's when we know that we're just solving a problem, we're solving the right problem, which means that we are, sorry, sometimes. Yeah, so this was the goal for our MVP, to solve the right problem. Yeah, thank you.
Shout out to Celine. When you're building a product from 0 to 1, you don't just have an opportunity to influence the product, but hopefully the direction the business is taking. Here's some of the things that we have accomplished over the past 10 weeks. We refined product positioning on the business side, provided clarity on the product market fit, and we also defined monetization strategies, such as premium collections and subscriptions. On the design side, we defined core users and the key problems we're trying to solve for them, mapped the end-to-end user flows, designed high fidelity for mobile. We also strategically designed responsive web experiences for mobile and desktop to remove friction. We designed AI features that solve core user needs, deliver tailored demo experiences for tour creators, Stay Close, Travel Far, and She Buys Travel. And we also built a scalable design system that can be implemented. What are some of the conclusions that we have? We started with a project that had a vision but a lot of ambiguity. But we ended with an MVP that early users found valuable and genuinely excited to use. Our biggest contribution wasn't just the high fidelity, but also the clarity of the core user volume. Here's the quote that inspired us throughout this process by, we all know, Paul Graham. When you're forced to be simple, you're forced to face the real problem. When you can't deliver ornaments, you have to deliver substance. We want to say thank you to Grant. It was an amazing collaboration. And we want to give a shout out to our best coach, Amy, for guiding us throughout this process. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, great presentation, everyone. All right, we'll have the last team up. Did you all want it to be on Google Slides or Figma? Google Slides, all right. The only team that listened to the instructions. Woo! And for all the cohort folks, I know some of you are about to capture a slide. Once they finish, we'll get a new picture up here and we will sign out. So come on up. Is it just you two? Am I holding? All right, but your team is, woo! All right, have the team wave, stand up. All right, whole team is scared. Woo! All right, I'll give it to y'all.
Thank you. Well, hi, my name is Delia. This is China. We're here from the SoulSide team. Fantastic. I've got 2 mics now. We're actually really fortunate to have our whole team here. We'll call them up at the end just to kind of give a wave and say hello, but let's get started. Now, when we think about practitioners or providers or mental health providers, we always start the story the same way. We ask how they can help us, how they can help our growth, our story, our journey. When we started the project at SoulSet, we actually started asking a very different question. We had to ask, who takes care of the caretaker? Now, practitioners and providers are swamped. They're buried behind invoices and inquiries. They're buried under patient notes and patient care. They don't have time to really spend the time delivering the care that so many people really desperately need. Now, SoulSet is engineered to solve this problem. It is engineered to drive AI advancement, take care of the administrative end, and unburden the practitioner. When it works, it really does work. It brings the practitioner closer to their patient, care is delivered, and this is still really important. However, that value is often buried under menus and hierarchy. We saw how much growth the product could have, and we really wanted to offer that, but we were already staring down our first major hurdle.
And our first major hurdle was a big one. Literally a big one. Ambiguity. Yeah, there we go. Early on in our project, we dealt with a lot of scheduling incongruencies, so it made it really difficult for us to get questions answered about the project or even understand what the expectations of our client was for us. And this was really important for us to figure out. And so we addressed it by actually taking a step back and really digging into SoulSet and getting our hands a little dirty and even role-playing at times as therapists and patients so we could understand the platform, understand what worked well and what didn't work at all. In addition to that, we really wanted to align our team values with SoulSet, which is how can we make an impact? We stepped up with high value add ideas on how we could alleviate a lot of the administrative burden that providers were facing. And we even did a little bit extra, creating an entire design system from scratch that SoulSet can leverage moving forward.
Now, one of the first hurdles we faced was the metrics. Of course, a lot of our metrics when they were delivered in the product requirements document were engineering focused. Things like transcription errors or how will the AI transcribe notes. These aren't things we as designers can really control. We weren't going to let that stop us. So we created some new ones, things like flow completion rate, drop-off rate, AI error mapping, things that we could change through user behavior. We kept going. Real value adds. How can we make it so that practitioners move between sessions and improve the process every step of the way? A waiting room that our coach Johnny liked to call a haircut line, completely losing us every single time. Or like a live AI visualizer for audio quality, so practitioners could immediately know when the AI was good or not. We kept going, and this is where we ran into a real serious problem. Practitioners, mental health care providers, they're a very private bunch. As it should be, confidentiality is kind of core to how they provide care. This was really tough for us, though. We were having a challenge sourcing conversations. Every designer's nightmare is not being able to validate their findings with their users, and we really clicked. So what did we do? The honest truth is a little bit of everything. We sent out hundreds of emails. Honestly, like half of the practitioners in Toronto picked up the rest. But we wrote in every clinical practitioner, private practice, campus counselor, friend, family member, anyone we could to give us some insight. And we leveraged those sorts of questions we really had to answer first. For the rest, we focused on our audience. We looked at our competitors in the same ecosystem and then broadened even further beyond that into apps that shared remotely the same features. AI transcription, patient databases, full-blown EHRs, anything that we could learn something from. Piece by piece, feature by feature, we developed something kind of cool. And if we hit our stride, we learned something. That being, ambiguity is nothing but a shot for opportunity. An opportunity to be creative, an opportunity to be empathetic, an opportunity to be audacious, but most importantly, an opportunity to test our intuition. So let's see how we did that with a couple of these screens.
So there were 3 key areas we aim to improve in the SoulSet experience. And the first is when a clinician ends their session. They have so much on their mind, like where do I go next, what am I running late for, and everything in between. And we felt that this experience was being underutilized by SoulSet. So we aim to improve it by doing 3 key things. 1, we gave them view to their calendar, so they know exactly where they are in the day. In addition, like previously mentioned, we added the waiting room, so they can see who's waiting for them so they can manage their time more efficiently. And third, we even added an area where they can add quick notes that maybe they forgot to jot down during the actual session. The second one is actually really important. It's the in-person group therapy session. And this is important because SoulSight's core value proposition is that they have a unique voice print technology that can enable individual speaker mapping for a better transcription experience. The problem, lots of errors and lots of drop-off rate because it wasn't intuitive and people didn't understand how to use it. So we fixed it, or we tried to, and we did this through by adding more visual cues so that people understood when they were using this feature correctly and when they weren't, as well as better onboarding so they can improve in how they were using it and rely on it in the future. We also enhanced the functionality given during the session by allowing them access to previous session and patient history, and even pop-up reminders for when their next meetings were so they can stay on time without worrying or trying to remember about it. And finally, that brings us to patient notes and transcription. So, anybody in here, please raise your hand if you love paperwork. Okay, don't worry, we have a SoulSight therapist out here waiting for you at the conference. But in all realness, nobody likes paperwork and clinicians deal with so much. SoulSight really aims to address this by having a segmented approach to their notes, as well as some templates that providers can use, but we didn't feel like it was as effective because they lacked visual clarity and hierarchy, so providers were still spending way too much time searching for information rather than using it and leveraging it. So we improved the visual hierarchy, so at a quick glance, you can immediately see the important information and details. In addition, we really did a lot of due diligence for things like labeling or how we grouped together the patient notes, so it felt intuitive as if the providers themselves had designed it.
Now, our North Star for this project has been soul-centered design. Play on words for sure, but we poured our souls into the project. We really were focused on the souls of the patients who would be benefited by the work these practitioners would be able to do. And we centered every decision, every design, every conversation around the hearts of practitioners who would now be able to do the work they signed up for, as opposed to dealing with paperwork in the back end. Of course, none of this would have been possible without a few key supporters, and so a special shout out to Sarabi, Utan, and the team over at SoulSight for all of their support for the project, our coaches Johnny and Leon for all of their great work here at Lazarescu.
All right, let's have all the cohort people that are still here. I know a lot of people are about to fly out, so not to miss your flights. Let's have everyone join on stage, founders, members, whoever's left. Let's join on stage, we'll do a quick picture.
So can I do a quick announcement? We have 2 more talks and then Breakout will start at 4.
All right, let's all try to line up for a picture. Daniel, Jordan.
Can you grab my long bunny?
Yeah.
Wait, can someone grab my long bunny? Long bunny.
Can everyone, can we get some instructions on how to do, so just split up. So if you're still a student, you're listening in, I know a lot of students got tickets from our sponsors, Adobe, from CCA and all that. We're still opening interviews for the next cohort. We just started interviews, I believe last week. If you want to apply, just go to the main site, you can learn more about the cohorts, and you can interview, and you can meet some of the founders and the cool students. So, yeah, go take a picture of them, and they are about to leave. Chris and Mommy, you choose to join us. All right, too late. All right, thank you everyone. I will do a quick announcement. We have 2 amazing speakers that will wrap up. We are running almost 2 hours behind. We're trying to catch up. So once the 2 speakers are done, all breakout groups will run at the same time. If you're a breakout leader, you're like, this is a little bit hectic, what's going on? That's just, part of being a founder, entrepreneur, and event attendee. So right away, Grace and I will help coordinate, so we'll explain how that is. The estimated start time for the breakout groups will be 4 p.m.
I'll send everyone an email on Luma about the updated rooms.
Hello. All right, I'm gonna welcome our next speaker really quickly. Just 2 more speakers before breakout room. Again, really appreciate everyone's energy and attention. These 2 talks are super good for early career, all very authentic. She said she brought receipts, so I'll let her self-introduce herself. This is a really good one you all miss. And then we're gonna end with another Eric, not the Bold.new founder, but future very successful entrepreneur for sure too. He's gonna share how he went from CoCreate to working at Google. So let's have the first speaker, Kathy.
Amazing, thank you. Alright, thank you guys, I'm Kathy. Okay, so raise your hand if you're looking for a job. Okay, nice. I will make the next 15 minutes of your time worth it. Alright, so just a quick tip about myself. I did my undergrad at Cornell, did my master's, I was a designer at IBM as my first job. Then I got my dream job at Dropbox, and then I went into smaller companies, and now I'm a designer at Smartable AI. So in order to become the first or the top 1%, you have to do what the other 99% will. And y'all, I'm actually not exaggerating. Like if you go to any like design role on LinkedIn, like it's like over 100 applicants, easy. And so you literally have to be the top 1% to get a design role in this market. So I was able to get my dream job at Dropbox. I really wanted to work there because it's known for design, and also it was a smaller company than the company I was working at the time. But what you guys don't know is that behind the scenes, going from the initial email from my recruiter, was like reaching out, all the way to my final actual offer, it took a year. So people don't know the amount of hard work that goes behind actually learning a design job. So I'll teach you guys how I did it. So first lesson, the comfort zone is a beautiful place, but nothing ever grows there. I had to step out of my comfort zone. I went to so many events, I went to so many conferences, even though it was the pandemic. As a kid, I was very introverted, I was very shy, but I had to step out of my comfort zone and go to these events. So 1, go to conferences, and 2, if you're not comfortable in person, like write about them. Because I know I'm better. At the time, I was better in writing than I was in person. So being able to write about them actually got me really solid engagement. Like I was getting like 100, 200 likes per post. So I highly recommend that. Second, so I'll give you a very specific example of when I actually went to a conference. So this was GHC, Grace Hopper Conference. A lot of you guys might be familiar. So I actually went virtually in 2020. And I went to the Dropbox booth every single day. I was literally just like, hey guys, like, just a reminder that I exist. I'm a designer, and I want this job. So if you guys see right here, I literally like followed up so many, like every single day I was following up, and I was being so annoying. But I want to call out this message on the left-hand side. Basically, I met this designer at Dropbox, and I was like, hey, like, I saw these cool talks, they really resonated with me, and I figured that you might be interested in them too. I feel like when you like meet like potential employers or like people who are hiring, there's this like weird power dynamic. You're like, oh, I'm looking for a job, and you have the power, you have like the potential to give me a job. But a way to like even that playing field is to like suggest things that bring value to them. And a very easy way to do that is like talk about the conference, like talk about the topics that you enjoy, and bring value to them. And so I know this method worked because literally the same day, a recruiter from Dropbox reached out to me in my email, and she was like, hey, let's chat. And I was like, yes, like my persistence freaking paid off. So comfort zone is a beautiful place, so nothing ever grows there. Get out of your comfort zone, you guys. So like I said, be on your LinkedIn presence. Specifically, this got me interviews at Disney, Palantir, Atlassian, and Asana. I had recruiters reaching reaching out directly to me, and mind you, I was a designer with like a year of experience. So this is from LinkedIn, and just from like beefing up my presence there. Attend conferences, I got interviews from Dropbox, Madon, and LinkedIn, because I attended conferences and like was annoying and showed up at the booth every single day. Reach out when you see a LinkedIn post. I'll talk about this in a bit, but basically whenever a hiring manager posts something on LinkedIn, like reach out immediately. You have to be one of the first to apply. I got a interview with Microsoft this way. And by the way, cold email. A lot of people think cold emails don't work. They do. I'll teach you how to write a good one. I got interviews with Google and Slack this way. So a good cold email will take you places. Most people don't think it works because they're not good at them. I'm just going to be brutally honest, they're not. So this is an actual example screenshot of when I cold emailed Airtable. I really wanted to work there. I'll break it down why it's a good cold email. So the first thing is like put in bullet points, like exactly why I would be a good fit for them. And I want to highlight that and emphasize that it's really important for every single bullet point to be specific to you. I see a lot of designers saying like, oh, I work cross-functionally and I did some research, but like any designer can say that. Like nobody cares. You have to actually have every bullet point be specific to something that only you did. And so for instance, like I designed the first Watson feature that was approved for IBM Cloud. Out of all the designers in the world, like only I can say that. And that's something that I'll be excited to talk to a hiring manager about. The second part of a good cold email, make it personalized, make it customized. Like everybody hates receiving mass emails, including recruiters. So if they can detect that this is a mass email, they're not going to respond. That's why nobody's responding to your cold emails. And so for this, I was like, oh, I've been a fan of Airtable. I use it for like tracking my job searches to like bridesmaids, dresses, measurements. That makes it that much more likely for somebody to actually respond. So a good cold email will take you places if you follow that format. Don't be afraid to be annoying. I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but if you know one thing about me, I'm very persistent. So if you look here, I literally messaged the Slack recruiter 4 times. Literally like every single day I messaged her and I got a response finally like 2 months later and she was like, let's schedule a chat. So persistence really wins. I think people are like scared that others will think that you're annoying. But that's fine. Like that's only the worst that could happen, right? That you're annoying. So just assume that you are annoying and just do it. Because that's what the top 1% of designers are doing. And then always be user testing, treat your portfolio like it's a product and constantly iterate. These are some of the top questions that I had about my portfolio. I knew that these are problem points in my portfolio, so I always ask people like, hey, like, can you catch these issues? One pro tip is always schedule a 45-minute meeting because portfolio or case studies usually take around 30 minutes to present. And so if you schedule a 30-minute meeting, you're going to spend 30 minutes presenting and then no time for feedback. And so it defeats the whole purpose. So always do a 45-minute meeting. And basically, the way that I did it was every time I scheduled a session with a mentor, I recorded the feedback and I consolidated, so synthesized. Just any, like, this is literally just like a user research project. So like, treat your portfolio like a product and constantly iterate. I eventually got to a point where, as long as I was getting interview requests to do a portfolio review, I was 100% confident that I'd make it to the final round. Because I literally, you guys, I had done this 40 times. I talked to 40 different people on separate occasions, and I nailed down my portfolio review. I was so confident in it. So if you can get to that point, then you can get really far in interviews. One way that to actually reach out to people, you're probably wondering, like, how do I even like connect with people to review my portfolio, to actually give me feedback? One way is LinkedIn filters. I think LinkedIn filters are slept on. So if you search designer, and then you search for the company that you want to work at, maybe you want to work at Google, your current company, and then the school that you're at, people are that much more likely to talk to you. Because imagine you're at a conference like this, and you find out, oh shit, like, this person went to the same school as me, they work at the same company as me, you're that much more likely to be excited to talk to them, right? With LinkedIn filters, you're essentially simulating that type of environment, that type of conversation. And then I know like with LinkedIn, premium is it can be hard to get, right? Or like it's expensive. One way that I've gotten premium is I reach out to people who work at LinkedIn, and I'm like, hey, like I'm looking for jobs, or I'm like trying to do like more outreach. And usually LinkedIn employees have like free trials, or like 6-month free trials. And so people usually like I don't think I've ever actually paid for premium, but I've always had premium. So just a hack. And then I just message people, right? So once I am able to actually message people on LinkedIn, I message them. And then one really cool thing was I was trying to get this person who was a design director at Dropbox. I tried to get her to like review my portfolio, and she did. And this person actually became the hiring manager for the role that I was going for. And so when you're doing these portfolio reviews, like keep in mind that these people can actually become your next hiring manager or your next recruiter. And so she actually was the one who scheduled an interview with me, and I actually got an offer that way. That's exactly how it got me rolled up Dropbox. Okay, so always be user testing, and finally, timing can be everything. You have to put yourself in a position where you can take advantage of it. And so, for instance, I wanted to work at Dropbox so bad. I searched up design manager and design director, and I followed every single design manager that was at Dropbox, and every design director that was at Dropbox. And the purpose of this was that every time they posted a role on LinkedIn, I would be the first to know. Because you guys probably know it's so important to apply early if you're looking for a job. And so as soon as I saw this post, you already know I immediately went to my laptop and I was like, okay, I need to type out a message. So literally within like 10 minutes of seeing this post, I typed out a message. And I know this worked because 4 days later, I got the offer. Woo! So timing can be everything. So in order to become the top 1%, you have to do what the other 99% won't. This includes going to conferences, writing about your experiences on LinkedIn. This includes like writing an actual good quote email that's personalized and customized, and you put care and effort into it. This includes being persistent, just embracing being annoying in general. This includes actually portfolio reviewing and getting user feedback. And finally, timing. You have to put yourself in a position where you can take advantage of it. Thank you. And I would love feedback, so you can fill this out. That would be amazing. Thank you.
All right, we have our last presenter of the day, Eric. He's an incoming design intern at Google. He's going to share how he, in his internship journey and cohort experience, got to his big technical. So I think a good talk for the current cohort students, future cohort students, and any early career folks. All right, let's give it up for Eric. Woo!
All right, thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here. So my name is Eric, and to kind of take a step back from all the amazing speakers we have in the morning to the afternoon, I am actually still very early on in my career. So I go to school in Berkeley, studying computer science right across the Bay Bridge, and since January, I've actually taken the gap semester in Boston, working at Wayfair as a product designer on the supply chain retail tech experiences. And before that, I was actually, last summer, I was at Accenture, trying to design future-proofing digital automobile experiences, and also working with multiple early-stage AI startups, just like those cohort people that just presented today. So when I was really prepping for this talk, I kind of asked myself this question. If there's one piece of advice that I want to give to myself, and only one piece of advice, what would that be? And surprisingly, the answer came really straightforward, is to kick off my design career through joining a startup, a very early stage one. So here I am, kind of using this time to kind of share about why I think an early stage startup might be one of the perfect places to start a design career. And for those of you that are already in a startup, how to make the most out of it. So I was first starting to do design. I go to my school to take some of the design classes, and I was also kind of doing personal projects myself. But every single one of those projects felt like it's kind of repeating the development process again and again and again. Kind of this infinite loop of double diving and kind of doing my design. But I was also listening to podcasts on Medium and Twitter to see how designers in the real world are actually expressing their thoughts. And what they have been talking about is really about collaborating with stakeholders, navigating the messy constraints, and making a business impact. But I feel like I didn't have any experience with it if I just keep playing around with it. So at the end of my first semester at Berkeley, I started reaching out to local startups. And there's one very fun social AI startups. I literally slide into their DM and grab a coffee with the founder. And that's how I kind of landed my first design. Which also kind of taught me what really means to kind of own the product from end to end. However, while being the only designer and the founding designer is really fun, it could be a bit challenging sometimes. And honestly, really quite intimidating for a first job. But I do believe that what I think is so fun is that early stage startups kind of forces you to become this street smart designers. It's far more interesting, far more educational than any classroom assignment. But what do we really mean by becoming a street smart designer? We all know that startups, they went by really fast pace. Shipping new features in days isn't unusual. You will be expected to work really fast, designing with pace, and iterate basically in sync as the PM is kind of commenting on your Figma files. And this relentless cycle that kind of repeats after itself of prototyping, critique, and then refining your personal design really kind of builds up your craft. And in basically no time, Figma shortcut, I've been just so used to using all the Figma shortcuts and delivering fast and high quality execution, basically becoming day-to-day as a designer. And this type of efficiency isn't just useful, but really kind of like the fundamental of the craft of the designer. And usually the product timeline can be shrinked from, let's say, like 4 weeks to within days within a startup. And it's not only meaning that you have less time as a designer, you also have to be aware of maybe like engineers have half the amount of time to kind of implement your work. So what that means is that under real time pressure, under real kind of engineering capability constraint, you will have to leverage, for example, existing component library instead of building everything from scratch. You will have to think about how to design better so that it's easier to implement, and you will have to kind of create crystal clear heads-up documentations to make sure that you kind of reduce the amount of back and forth between the designers and the engineers as much as possible. And over time, you really kind of develop the sixth sense of what is feasible to kind of build. Constraints are really challenging, especially when engineers tell you that they just cannot build it. But working within the constraints really help you to become a more effective design partner. We as a designer also love to drive impact. But in a lot of the cases, it's kind of hard for us. Designers are kind of taking a backseat from all the business meetings. However, in a very early stage startup, that can be drastically different. The small size of the startup naturally kind of puts you front and center into the business meetings. You and the CEOs might be just literally sitting across the tables, maybe with like a few stack of pizza boxes in between, but you will literally find yourself in business strategy or even investor meeting in about no time. And what that means for you is that you will learn firsthand of what is the business goal for the company, or even what is the investor are looking for. Because you understand the why understand the why behind the business, you're able to kind of communicate and persuade other stakeholders to kind of buy in. For example, I was really pushing for this one social media chat feature. It was really hard to get buy-ins. But the moment that I mentioned how it would drive up the engagement metrics by about 20%, and that's exactly what the investors are looking for our next fundraising round, and we'll be able to get the buy-ins within like no time. And that kind of product thinking, not only about designing but the business context around it, really help you to be more persuasive with your design decisions so you can advocate more for the users. And this kind of skill set are really just appreciated across all levels of design. Well, now I know that some of you guys might be thinking that, hey, I'm the only designer at a startup. Where can I get mentorship? Where can I get support? How can I grow as a designer if I don't have those two? But what I would argue is actually that that sort of ambiguity is what really kind of accelerates your career as a designer. As a designer with little support, you slowly become kind of fluid in asking yourself the right questions. Whether it's to yourself, Google Perplexity, I go to Medium to find a lot of the most talented designers in the world sharing their best practices, go to Madon to see how the product that actually has been launched in the world of design. And you go to LinkedIn, as Luke said, to kind of like ask how other people are designing and to really kind of grab a coffee with them to learn about how they're working. And this sort of ability to kind of work ambiguity is really common even further in their career. And it helps you to kind of have this mindset of self-directed learning that drives the curiosity within a designer even further. I understand that working in a startup as a designer, as the only designer, may not be for everyone. But I think many of you have been interviewing this company, and these questions might sound very familiar. I'm pretty sure every one of us have been asked one of these questions. To tell me about a time you work with constraints. Tell me about a time you are trying to persuade the business stakeholders or navigate ambiguities. And now let's kind of look back on what we kind of talked about of the life of a startup. You're able to work within a really short amount of time with working with the constraint of the engineers. You're able to kind of understand the business and the product thinking behind it, to use product strategy to come into business stakeholders. And you're able to navigate a huge amount of ambiguity as the lone designer of the company. And see how that magically matches up with all these questions. So even though working at a startup might not be for everyone, I would say that working at a startup really gives you the stories to tell. And that itself has infinite value. So again, joining a startup to kind of starting my career is the best decisions I've made. And I would probably suggest you guys to really try to do something similar. And that's it for me. Feel free to contact me on LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
Okay, Grace is going to start announcing how the breakout works. So let's give Grace our full attention.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming. We have our breakout session. So right now we're going to do really little things differently. If our volunteers can help us move the chairs into groups of 8. In each breakout leader, we're going to do a quick 10-minute break as our wonderful volunteers move the chairs. So, and all the discussion group leaders can come up here. We're going to do one big breakout room session. I know we're running late, but I also felt like a lot of our speakers here today and students put a lot of effort into their presentations. So I felt really bad shortening it. Wanted to give them all the love and support. So we are going to make sure all the breakout room sessions happen as well. They're just going to happen at the same time from around, what time is it right now? 4. Yes, it's 3:55 right now. So the breakout room session will start at 4:05 and run until around 5. And all the breakout room leaders can also get up on stage. Yeah. Yeah. Which
one has the most people?
Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna do one big breakout session. Actually,
okay.
Yeah. So I'm flying on this fly.
All right. 2.
Actually, we're gonna do 2 breakout sessions. Each breakout session will be 25 minutes each, and then we'll switch immediately to the next one. So I know a lot of y'all signed up for all 3 breakout sessions. I'm trying to make it all work out, given the constraints we have. So right now we're going to take a 10-minute break as our volunteers move the chairs into groups of 8 on top. And for all our lovely breakout room leaders to come on stage so we can say hi, everyone. Let me share a slide. All right. So these are all of our sessions.
Spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we have many breakout room sessions.
My first two. These were my first two.
We're going to be back with breakout room sessions at 4:05. This is all of our sessions. If you didn't get a chance to sign up, you can do so right now. The link to sign up is on the schedule on Luma, on the Luma page of this event. For volunteers, please raise your hand. Thank you. All right. If we can help start moving the chairs so maybe each row can become its own circle. And just like groups of like 8 for each.
So kind of similar to
I'm going to try to combine these sessions together to two 25-minute sessions.
What do you have after? Because it's only.
I'll just leave it.
Yeah,
that's why.
They
changed it on us yesterday. Yes. All the breakout room leaders, please stand on stage so everyone can see their beautiful, lovely faces. Also, during the breakout rooms, you can choose to participate in one or mingle with the sponsor table, mingle with each other, and have a lot of fun. I will personally be doing a lot of interviews, so if you're a designer, I'll be asking you about your salary. I love salary transparency, so you will feel like sharing that. I will post it on LinkedIn, and you'll probably go viral. And if you're a founder, I would love to interview you about how you make money and what is your business model. So I'll be doing that. Just find me floating around with a mic. But right now, we're grabbing all our lovely discussion leaders in the front, and our lovely volunteers are moving the breakout rooms in groups of 8 chairs. And we'll be back in 5 minutes as we get Carson.
Wow. That's branded. That's your brand.
Yeah, but like.
It was also at the Madon School. I'm going to have a chance with her. It's like butterfly so I can. But,
as we're on a mini break, if you want to listen into this, our discussion group leaders will be sharing a little bit about each session and then raising their hands so we can go and find them. Our discussion group leaders, please mention around where there will be station at.
Hey everyone. Raise your hand if you can hear me. Okay, that was a test. My name is Adam Dexter. I am an executive coach and leadership coach working primarily with startup founders and also creative leaders. I'm going to be doing 2 sessions. One is about founding a startup as a creative act for designers and for founders alike. And the next one is having hard conversations. So salary negotiations, firings, co-founder conflicts, other hard conversations. For both of those sessions, I'm going to be in that area over by the bank vault. So if you want to join the sessions, we got plenty of room. You can kind of come over there. If you're the first one we're going to do is founding a startup. So if you're interested in that, just make your way, grab some seats. There's the couch, there's other chairs, and I'll meet you over there.
Cool. Hi, I'm Lazarescu. I am a former founder and investor, and now I'm the head of VC and startups for Salesforce. So I will talk leading a discussion about the future of go-to-market and how to scale without ads and through community. So if you would like to come and talk about how to build an authentic brand and how to scale your go-to-market motion for the future, join me in one of these groups up here towards the front. So I'm only doing one session.
Hi everyone, I'm Nagarika. I will be discussing about designing for AI as well as how to build a personal brand as a creator or a designer. I will be sitting somewhere cool. Find somebody to use it.
Hi everyone, I'm Delia. We do this session on how travel experiences can inform design decisions. I'll be somewhere, I think I'll be by the first pillar, I guess, right behind it. So come find me, let's talk some travel stories and how we can improve it.
Hi all, I'm Faith. I'm a founder and writer. I will be leading my sessions in the middle here by the second pillar. I'll be leading two sessions. One will be on making money, intro to business models and non-technical skills that you need. The second one will be on, we will choose the funding, VC versus all the alternatives. We'll also talk a little bit about the soft skills piece in there as well.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Martel. I'm a design leader. Happy to be here. I'm going to lead two sessions. The first one is designing your life. It's actually instead of designing products or services, how you bring the principles into your life. Are you designing with intention or not? And the second session is about design mindset for uncertainty. You know, when you are dealing with projects, you are talking with stakeholders, you need to deal with what are we going to do, how is the design process. So we're going to do these two sessions. I might be around there, just try to find me, I'll be there. Thank you.
Hello?
That's finished.
Hi everyone, I'm Lizzie. I'm a former investor in workflow automation software, now founder of Lace. Lace is the creative operating system powered by email and AI for the most ambitious designers. Our customers want to lead the agency behind the next iconic company or brand. If that resonates with you, please stop by my discussion. We're talking about how to use AI to scale your creative process without replacing it. If it does for a company that sounds interesting, come find me. I'll be in this center area somewhere.
Hello, hey everybody, how's it going? My name is Jackson Stromby, founder and CEO of Madon, a cloud platform for creatives. Formerly, I founded a design agency located in Switzerland. We work with large partners like Red Bull, Volvo, so on. And today we will be talking about ambition, philosophy, and belief, and the relationship between all three things. And, I plan to have a meaningful and engaged communication with all of you. So I look forward to seeing at least a couple of you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Delia. I'm a design strategist and researcher, and I'll be leading a discussion about using design for systemic impact. So if you want to use design to solve complex challenges, come join me. I'll be in one of these from stages.
Hello everyone, my name is Delia. I'm a product researcher and a strategist. I have worked with about 25 plus brands globally across different continents. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about how you can build your personal brand, how you can define your own unique values, connect it with your brand, and try and figure out how to cut through this clutter and noise because of AI, using AI. So if you want to learn more about building your own brand, self-identity, values, hit me up. I'm going to be seated somewhere here and happy to chat. We'll be doing a bunch of exercises as well. So hoping that in 30 minutes we can, figure out what your unique voice actually looks like.
Hey everyone, my name is Hakeem. I am a 7-year technical recruiter. Most of my time has been spent in the VC-backed startup space. So I am here to discuss kind of navigating job interviews in this crazy job market that we're all in right now. So if you are a job seeker, I would love to see you somewhere in the center today.
Hello. My name is Tamia James. I am a UX designer and co-chair of Women in Design SF. And my talk, which I hope you come, is about how to stand out in this creative space right now. You are more than just your portfolio. You want to show your personality. You want to come out and be yourself and show, the job market right now who you are. So come my talk to figure out how to navigate that.
Hey everyone, I'm Haley Miladonis, founder of Bubble. My talk today is about designing for something called serendipity. So building human moments and building product magic moments and building humans into your design process. And I do it at Bubble, or we're trying to do it at Bubble rather, and I'd love to share with you guys and chat with you guys about how you might want to do that with your products. Thanks.
Gotta go? No, we didn't go. Go ahead, sorry.
All right, so today our session from High Tribe is going to be about how founders have ideas, builders have ideas, and you always end up getting funnel focused on building, but there's more to business than just building and getting your product out. So the entire life cycle from ideation, content creation, actually building, actually marketing, selling, getting payments, is quite a lot. 1,000 tools got submitted today in all the talks, but one person can't do. So we're going to discuss how you can actually manage that with a team behind you and not just solo self-YOLO into this wild west. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a product designer that's looking for a tech co-founder or a marketing co-founder or any other skill set to translate your idea into a functional app, feel free to connect with us. Our community is also based in other cities apart from SF, so we would love to be connected with this, with the community here as well.
Hello everyone, it's Katrina from Adobe here. We're going to be leading a session all about creative careers. So that's finding a job, what you should put in your portfolio. If you have any questions about the apprenticeship program I mentioned earlier, feel free to ask these questions. Our session will be in the back left-hand corner where the tables are, where the sponsor booths are. So find us if you have any questions about creative careers.
Hi everyone, I'm Adam. I'm wearing a blue sweater so you can find me. So today I will be talking about content creation and how you do that with design or whatever you're passionate about in life. I post a lot of stuff on YouTube and Instagram. I think now's the time to chat about content. So yeah, find me. I'll be on stage or near the stage.
So we're gonna get a group photo with all the discussion leaders. Group photo. Yeah, right now. Oh, thank you. Awesome, thank you.
All right, who here wants to talk about startups and creativity and being creative in your startup and doing it as a creative app? Raise your hand. All right, keep them raised. Who here is a founder or wants to be a founder? Raise your hand. All right, cool. Sean, keep your hand up. Everyone who wants to be part of this talk, go over to that guy over there who's raising his hand, and we're going to start in 30 seconds.
Hi guys, remember I'm Lizzie, founder of Keynote, talking about how to scale your creative process with AI without replacing it.
Hi, Delia, Design for Systems Impact.
Hello, join me if you want to talk about designing your life. Okay, so your principles to have a better life.
Do I get a mic? I'm gonna do some off the dome. I was like, wait, you leaving? Oh. My talk is about standing out in the creative market right now, for more than just your portfolio, and also you can stand out from your portfolio. That's only 3 projects. Yeah, navigate that. Just come to my talk. I got the blue chair, the blue hair. So, yeah, if anyone wants to join me, if one person, I'll be okay as well. Oh, hi.
Soft skills, business models, business entrepreneurship, VC stuff.
We will be speaking about ambition, philosophy, and creation, and the relationship between all 3 things. Who wants to talk about design in 3D, spatial design? Come here.
Hello, who wants to talk about side projects and all the superpowers around them? Come talk to you.
Anyone who's interested in talk travel and travel with design? Okay.
Attention everyone, for anyone with our group, we recommend you to become Madon, our speaker, how to bring your product to market, and let's decide this.
All right, let's bring your product to market without a team, without any code, and with almost no one. Please join us from ideas to apps.
For anyone interested in learning more about how to design your value and personal brand, I'm going to be stationed on that side, and we're going to be running the session starting 2 minutes now.
I think everyone found a spot.
Yeah, it's all good.
Hey, anyone who wants to tech travel, do you want to come up to the stage? Because we don't have a lot of chair locations left. So if you guys want to talk travel, please come up here. Yay! We can just sit on the stage.
Hello, can I have everyone's quick attention? We are missing a small mic. The mic is shaped a little bit like a cube. It has the word road on it with a zero slash on it. If any of our special leaders might have still kept it, please speak up to the front. Thank you.
I don't know where the mic went. I think it's back there.
Hi everyone. So the spots for building your personal brand and value with AI are still open. I'm working on
Mic
this.
went? Do you remember?
How will Leon have access to it? Let me just stop streaming.
Yeah, sure.
Bye, guys.